Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Yes, welcome. Welcome to what are we? 3 days away now? We're 3 days away from ladder well, season 1. I don't know if it's technically ladder because they don't have a leaderboard, but it's season 1 coming up here in a little bit, and we're gonna have fun with that. And I don't seem to have any sound on my computer. Did my sound get cut off for some reason? Sometimes it does that. No, it's working there.
Not in town.
Oh, no, never mind. It's there. It's there. My bad. I get a little paranoid sometimes because sometimes it doesn't work. And then I'm like, why is it not working? Yeah. What's up, Garbooni and BBC? The British Broadcasting Channel. It's probably not the British Broadcasting Channel, let's be honest. We got 38 minutes on this HellTide. Let's go kill some stuff. Sounds like fun to me. Let's go over this way. Oh, Looty Rock. Rick, thanks for joining my friggin' memberships. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to the club. You're part of the exclusive Ginger Gaming mentees now. Appreciate you supporting the channel like that. You got access to all the cool new emotes now, by the way.
What's this?
Pew, 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 pew.
I'm not ready yet.
My damage reduction might not be the greatest, but I can certainly dish out the damage, I'll tell you what. What's up, Colin? How's it going, man? Let's get some Chinchillas out. I do indeed have Frostburns on. Let's get a little chonky chonks running, and then a sad frog. There you go. There's a chonky chonk and a sad frog, and then we do a laughing ginger, and then a sad frog. Don't ask me why the frog is sad. I don't know why he's sad. He's just a very sad frog.
I'm not ready yet.
The saddest of frogs. A frog so sad that no one knows why. Many have tried to cheer up said frog, but it is impossible. Ever since I put my Frosties on for this character, oh my god, my character's been like insane ridiculous. Oh man, do not even sweat it, man. It don't matter about how much you donated. Look, I'm gonna tell you the absolute truth right now. I'll show you on a calculator. I get about, I think it's like $6.50 per 1,000 views. 1,000. So 1,000 views gets me $6.50. If you become a member or you donate even $5, if you just donate $5, you're gonna give me way more money than you ever would watching my content. You would have to watch my videos you would have to watch my videos 1,000 times and 1,000 different videos at that, because it doesn't really count like multiple views on the same video, unfortunately. So you'd have to watch about 1,000 videos to give me $5. You gave me $5, like you gave me a membership, or I can't remember exactly how much the membership is, but that's like way more than most people give me just by watching my content. You're already ahead of the curve, my friend. Don't even sweat it. And I really appreciate it. I really do. Want to sell Apple? You mean buy Apple? So Disney wants to buy Apple? Never really cared too much for Apple. I will not hide my disdain for that company. I will not Sam I am. I will not green eggs and ham. I will not hide my disdain. Green eggs and ham, Sammy Sam. I don't think Disney owns Apple right now. I'm pretty sure Apple owns Apple right now. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't really pay attention. Apple Incorporated is owned by two main institutional investors, the Vanguard Group and BlackRock Incorporated. Never heard of those two. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Apparently the company that owns the majority of stock in Apple is Apple. Oh, well, I know Apple actually doesn't own the majority. It's kind of complicated because it's a stock situation where multiple companies own the company. So it's like, not really...
What's up, buddy?
Oh, what's up, Chunks? This looks like it's a complicated situation. Oh, he wants to sell Disney and Marvel to Apple? Please do not sell Disney and Marvel to Apple. Apple is a terrible company. You sell Disney and Marvel to Apple, we're going to be paying $300 to watch the next freaking Disney movie. Yeah, I ain't even joking. It's not even attempt at a joke. That's just a horror. That's a horror movie right there. Apple is the company that overcharges for everything. You give them access to Marvel and Disney rights, we ain't never gonna see another freaking... Good lord. You know, Disney pretty much owns the rights to just about everything nowadays. Star Wars, Marvel. They got freaking, like, this, obviously all the Disney properties. And then Disney also owns quite a few other companies, too. Like, that's a bad idea. That is a very bad idea. Apple is not the company that I want in charge of anything. I don't even want Apple in charge of Apple. Let alone in charge of Marvel. They're gonna F up Marvel so bad, we ain't ever gonna see another Marvel movie for the next 30 years.
I'm not ready yet.
How did that happen? You ever notice sometimes that penetrating shot just doesn't pierce? Like, it's supposed to pierce through multiple targets, but I think, like, occasionally it just doesn't, and it's really weird when it happens. Just like, didn't go anywhere. It's like one target, and that's it. You're like, I
need more time.
Oh, you guys ran. You guys, that was a really short leash on you guys. What do you got, Summoner?
What are you doing? HellTide?
Yeah, I'm running HellTide. You want to come with me?
That's where I'm at right now. I'm in an event. Just completed an event. Taking in about.
By the way, I just put out my starter videos if you guys want to check those out. I don't know if you guys have seen, but they should be. I think a couple of them are still loading because I'm trying to get them all uploaded and like everything. But they should all post today. And I have a list of the videos. So if you want to go over the classes and figure out which ones you want to play for season start, I've got the videos right here. Like I said, some of them might not be up just yet, but they will be up today.
I'm not ready yet.
Comes a boss.
You're still dead, Chunks. Why are you still dead?
I don't know. I'm very much alive. Now this boss that just dropped down the sky, he died.
I need more time.
I don't think he died so much as you killed him. I think there's a subtle difference there.
Yeah, potato.
I don't think it's a potato I think he would. I think the boss will think it's not a potato scenario. I'm gonna call him back up from the nether realm and I'm gonna ask.
I need more time.
How could it have been?
Oh, this is the one where you can sometimes get a good hit in on the boss. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. How about this? There you go. Where's your next sacrificial lamb? Because I'm gonna shoot him in the eye. Oh, you died. I was trying to shoot him in the eye.
I bonked him on the head.
Oh, I can't shoot him in the eye if you knock his eyeball out of his head. That's not how things work. You teach me and I'll teach you. Okay, mountain. By the way, for all my class starter videos, I wrote original versions of the Pokemon song for you guys because I know you love that. Except for Chunks, he doesn't love that.
Nope. Never was a Pokemon fan.
It's too bad. Song's great though. You know what it says the lucky hit chance is on my rain of arrows?
50.
2%.
Oh.
Yeah, 2%.
Well, penetrating shot is 50.
Penetrating shot is 99.
Oh. Thought it was only 50.
Now, when you have 3 combo points, it goes up. Where's the doojank? You can get your fellow doojank on the doojank. I still need 25. I still need 25.
I'm not ready yet.
No, not that. The whisper thing.
Oh, okay. Y'all scary. Oh, roar.
I'm not ready yet.
They tried to jump me. I don't think they expected me to shoot 10,000 arrows. In their defense, I don't think most people expect you to shoot 10,000 arrows, so... The whole skill is ludicrous. What a beautiful throat slitter! What?
Kickstart.
Yeah, it should be Kickstarter. No, just a regular dude boy. He died in like 1 hit. Welcome to the party. You so freaking dead. Oh my god, look at Chunks. He hit you in the head. Alright, let's pull up the HellTide map so we can find out where this chest is. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Where we at? We're up here. Oh, we're in like the middle. Okay. So there actually is one in the middle. I'm not exactly sure where it is, but it's around here somewhere actually. I think, according to the map. Okay, I think I see it. It's in that like area up here, I think. There's like a little, it's like a little passageway that goes up, and then there's a little climby thing. Yeah, climby thing. And then the climbing thing leads to the chest. Yes.
Well, I don't have enough.
Should be some monsters down there to donk on the head.
Not quite enough.
Well, there's some more down here. Killed a bunch down here for you.
Here's an event down here.
Okay.
This will be
Time to do
enough.
that.
Oh,
Oh, it's a big tornado.
I killed a whole lot of monsters up here, though. You might want to check for looty loots.
I'll be back up.
There was some big packs. Some big boy packs. Everybody's going Drodad.
I'm not ready.
I'm going Druid. I think I'm going to go Druid.
Goodness.
Unless
there's some sort of game-breaking thing in the patch notes that makes me really interested, you know, like, ooh.
I need time to do that.
You know, like that. Why are you gonna be so freaking rude? Like, I use Rain of Arrows just to click on objectives. I think it's hilarious. Nothing can touch me in the middle of the Rain of Arrows. It's pretty much impossible. Everything gets frozen, exploded, crowd controlled. So I'll just sit in there and laugh. Why is it that when you're like not even in the tornado, it's still making you like so you can't see? Like half the time you're not even in it. Like I don't even understand why it messes with you like that.
You get behind it or something. He tried to get you.
I noticed. I saw. I synced. I double synced. I synced twice with both eyes. So 4 times. Took you a little bit longer to kill him.
Can't carry any more.
Yeah, he wouldn't line up for me. He wasn't cooperating.
He don't like you. He said you tried to hit him on the head. What's up, Just Spaced? Patch notes are coming out tomorrow, yes. We should expect the patch notes tomorrow, like, you know, according to their normal time schedule. I would assume somewhere like 11 PDT or something like that, which usually means like 2 o'clock EST. I'll probably be online all morning, though, trying to wait for them. Because I'm going to want to make the video as soon as the patch notes go live, so. As soon as you see me go live, chances are the patch notes will be up too. I might go live early. I mean, who knows? I know the patch notes are coming, so. I can't wait to see if it's July again. I'm just selling Dujanks in town.
Yes, yes, I'll take it. All things have value.
You ever get you
I
some
suppose.
pants?
I did actually. Pretty nice ones, I think. I got these.
All
Yeah,
things have
that'll
value,
work.
I suppose.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Yes, yes, I'll take it.
That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh my god, I was flipping through my phone and I found some dog called Meatball. Apparently just as talkative and talk backy as freaking my dog. Just talks back all the time. It's his whole life.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I just leveled.
I see. Use flurry and rapid fire too. I don't know if they would really be good for this build, to be honest. I'm not sure I'm liking the darkness shadow not giving me the vulnerable. I do like that increased non-physical damage, but I like that vulnerable better.
I need more
Oh,
time.
there's a Dujank over here. Go back off me, son.
Hello, fellers.
Hello,
Hello.
darkness, my old friend.
I'm not ready yet.
I've come to shoot you with a bow again. Oh, y'all all gonna die.
I need more time.
They tried to jump me. Little did they know. Homeboy here. I mean, homegirl here. What's up, Darkado?
I'm not ready yet.
It's more of a it's not so much like just press them all, make sure they're all up. It's more of a like an order thing with my build. Like it's not just a matter of always having it up. It's a matter of it is kind of like a whole thing. So like when they're frozen, I get an extra explosion. When they're poisoned, I get an extra other Dujank. Like. Yeah, it's a whole order thing. Poison is generally for single targets too. Like I tend not to use the poison unless it's for like a big boss. I mean, if it was automatic, I'd lose a lot of damage. Dark Light. They have to be used in a specific order, otherwise the damage goes way down.
I need more time.
Hey, does Victimize use all 3 of your combo points?
I mean, yeah, it seems to be.
Okay, because I was just reading, because Precision, it says you're guaranteed a critical strike and then consumes all stacks of Precision. Where... all stacks of Precision, never mind. I read that wrong.
No, Victimize is a different ability. Victimize is the one that has a lucky hit chance. So it's lucky hit, dealing direct damage to a vulnerable enemy, has a 30% chance to cause an explosion for 23% of the original damage done to them. So it's just like massive amounts of explosions. So if I got a 100% lucky hit chance, which I'm pretty sure I am at 100% lucky hit chance, and then it's a 30% chance from there to get the explosions, which means I get a lot of explosions.
I need more time.
Wait, you're saying your lucky hit chance bonus is 100%?
Yeah, when I'm comboed, when I'm fully comboed up.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah.
Like, so when I'm comboed up, it's at 83%. And then I also have the passives. So I'm running the... every 100 energy you spend grants you 15% increased lucky hit chance for 5 seconds. And then I also run the non-physical damage that you deal has a 15% increased lucky hit chance. So I have a 15% increased lucky hit chance whenever I'm using a, any of the 3 imbuements. And then I have another 15% lucky hit chance increase when I spend a huge amount of, energy. Like anytime I spend a large amount of energy. And they're just constant. So like by the time I'm done, I'm actually probably over 100% lucky hit chance. Even when I don't have 3 combo pips, I'm still pretty darn high. The general idea is that like I'm just really relying on lucky hit chance abilities, tons of them. Victimize, frost burns. Like I got like resource generation too. Unlike I think the Frosties have resource generation on too, yeah. And then, like, it actually adds up really nicely. Like, I generally don't run out of resource at all. The explosions seem to happen all the dang time.
Yeah, I can't seem to get rid of Mother's Embrace because it rolled really good and it pretty much just keeps me full. When I hit 5 or more targets, because I use Barrage, so I'm constantly hitting, like,
Ooh, here's
every
a little
boss.
boss.
Are you using the glyph that gives you the what is it?
I'm using
skills that critically strike restore 12% of their energy cost. It's called Combat.
No, at the moment I'm using Infusion. Oh yeah, I'm using Combat. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that combined with maybe like a resource regen if you're using Lucky Hit. Like, you should be able to get that resource gen to pop off a lot. I don't know if Barrage has, like, a lucky hit bonus, though, but... Penetrating Shot does. But then again, also, if you grab those passives that increase your lucky hit chance, the non-physical 15% bonus is really nice as long as you're using any imbuement. So you get a 15% lucky hit chance bonus for just having an imbued skill, which is a lot. I mean, if I compare it to like my penetrating shot, like combo point and non-combo point, so like non-combo point, I'm at like 52%. And then we spawn monster. So non-combo point, yeah, I'm at 52%, and then once I build my 3 combo points, I'm sitting at 83%, which is a 30% increase. So going, you're adding like 15% from one and 15% from the other. That's a 30% increase right there. So it ends up being a lot. I mean, the general gist is you just got tons of lucky hits going on. If you're not
I
building
need
like
to
you have
get
to owe that.
condemnation too. I need that dagger for sure.
The effect of building 3 combo points doesn't really go off often enough, so I just end up attacking 3 times.
Yeah.
But that 40% damage multiplier is...
Yeah, that adds up pretty quickly.
Oh, it's so nice. The only downside to using Condemnation is you can't use one of the bow skills as your main attacks. Your basic. It has to be a dagger. So if you want the effect from the dagger, you've gotta use the dagger.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I understand, though, like, you don't have to get the 30% chance to generate 3 combo points. You can just go with the bonus damage for spending 3 combo points instead. So you're kind of like wasting half of the effect. And in that case, you could go with a different ability. You would just never automatically generate 3 combo points.
What are you guys doing, dungeons?
HellTide right now.
You got room?
Did you attack those guys, Chunks, or was that all me?
What? I'm not even up there near you.
Wow, okay, so I just exploded them boys. I'm at the second mysteries chest if you want to come to me. That was
Got enough.
that was impressive. What just happened right there? That was very impressive.
I don't know if I got enough time to get 50 of them.
7 minutes.
I need
I
more
mean, if you
time.
come up here, there's probably like 10 or 20 on the ground.
I'm telling you, to you.
But I don't know how many more you might need.
It's got like 130 something. 137, 138.
I need more time.
Well, I mean, come up here and check next to the chest. I killed like a big giant elite pack up here, so I'm assuming there might be a lot.
No,
Nothing.
I need more
Well,
time.
let's find you some doojanks then.
Got 135.
Man, there ain't no monsters around here. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, there is.
Is this a town?
I need more time.
Says a
There's a
town.
lot right here.
We'll kill them. Oh, I don't have this waypoint. Yeah, this character's kind of silly. Like, I mean, I knew it was gonna be good, but I didn't know it was gonna be this good. She's a whole wrecking crew all by herself.
I need time to do that.
The downside is I don't think I'm ever gonna know how much damage she actually does because I can't even read the numbers half the time. They just overlap each other to the point where I can't see nothing.
You could probably go back on your stream and see.
I tried, remember, and it was illegible. I went back and paused it and went frame by frame, and I couldn't read a single number. It was like, it was just like a spider web of numbers.
I've almost got enough. I got 168. $71. I got enough. Going back.
'Cause I was born to shoot some rain of arrows and make everything go pop.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's sick.
You can copy my build if you want. I don't care. I'm pretty sure I posted the basic version. If you check like the theory craft for this character, like the basic build before I made like the moderate changes that I made, it was already there. It's still not quite like finished refining it. I think I could squeeze a little bit more damage out of this girl.
I need more time.
I need some more optimal equipment.
I don't know when you put them frostburns on last night.
Chain, it was like
It was huge.
huge.
I'm not ready yet.
Huge. I might need to work in some more.
46 was way too easy.
I might need to work in some more lucky hit abilities. I was trying to think what other lucky hit abilities I could work in. Like, there's got to be some more lucky hits. Like, because my lucky hit's so high. Like, I could just, like, maybe try and squeeze in something else. I don't know. Oh, I forget. If you don't untie them, they summon an elite.
Oh.
No, we still got them anyway.
I'll be seeing
I guess it don't matter whether you untie them or not.
You've been letting all these people die?
you. Time.
Oh, I don't know. I just usually when I run up, they finish doing the summon and I kill the guy. Like it's, I don't think I ever got there in time to actually like have time to do anything.
I'm not ready yet.
See if I can get these guys from here.
Yep.
Bees! I think there's a Lilith statue up here.
So when you jump off your horse, does that still do it too? Just like that? Like the attack when you jump off your horse?
For what? The lucky hit?
No, does it rain like all the different immunities? Or is that just for that specific skill?
I mean, the Word of Khan is a specific skill. It says Rain of Arrows.
Okay.
It's a really powerful amulet. Like, not only does it give you plus imbuements, which by the way, mine's only +1. I still need a better Word of Khan.
Yeah.
That's +3 would be nice. I'm assuming it would go to +4 if I had a three already and I upgraded it. But I think both of the ones that I found so far have been like garbage tier. The plus imbuements is pretty massive. I'm considering though swapping to just a regular amulet with like +3 all imbuements, and then like I think I can get the passive. What is it? I don't even remember. There's a passive that has to do with like imbued skills. I don't remember. Also for energy though, there's another passive that's lucky hit. It's like a 30% chance to gain 8 energy every single time you hit targets. It's just another lucky hit. I don't generally tend to have any energy issues whatsoever. Like,
What's this?
I'm only using Ring of Umbral. I think that's the only like real restorer that I'm using, and I might not even need that. I'm not even sure. Like, I kind of feel like with the Frosties now, because I didn't have the Frosties before, because of the 5% chance to restore 18% primary resource, and then between the the Paragon glyph that gives me the every time I crit I get 12% back or whatever, and then the lucky hit chance to regain 30% chance to regain 8 energy. Like, I think between all those, I'm like already restoring most of my energy most of the time anyway. To the point where I'm almost always full.
Oh, HellTide's over.
Although, you know, always being full isn't exactly a bad thing. I could maybe work in Edge Masters. That might not be a bad idea. If I worked in Edge Masters somewhere, that would be a pretty big bonus. Ow, stop being rude to me. HellTide's over.
Time.
Let's go back in town and
Somebody
sell up.
over here kill.
Sell it on up. Give me one of my drinks out of my cooler. Liquid death. I have recently learned that these liquid deaths are really good to mix with other drinks. I usually just drink them exactly as they are, but like, I generally don't like to drink sodas too much because there's too much sugar in them, and these have like no sugar whatsoever. But I took like a regular soda and mixed it together and like, you know, diluted it. I mean, it was like delicious. It was absolutely delicious. I can't believe how good it was. Like, you can basically cut a soda and turn it into like 3 sodas, and it's literally the same sugar as 1 soda.
Yeah, we got sweet teas at my work that I got today, and I realized it has 50 grams of sugar.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my god, that's so much sugar.
is a lot.
I didn't even realize it until I was sitting there looking at it, and I already drank half the thing, and I was like, okay.
I drink these liquid deaths. The liquid deaths have like 4 sugars per can, but there's no fake sugar in here. Like, literally the ingredients are carbonated water, agave nectar, which is that stuff that you get from like cactuses, citric acid, natural flavor, mango, and orange. Like, there's no like, you know, sucralose or aspartame or anything in here. It's just, and it tastes pretty good.
Yeah, I've had those before. There's this taco place in town that has those.
The liquid deaths.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're not bad at all. Like I said, though, I think that they're kind of just made to be mixed with other things because they taste really good when you do it like that. Like, even at one point, I remember I had like some of those little packets that you could like, those little, was a little package you could like pour into a drink and turn it into another drink, or pour into like a water bottle. They go pretty good in there too.
Hey, do you know if like there's that one what's it called? Aspect that like when it'll summon a shadow clone, but then there's also another item that says your shadow clone also mimics the imbuements applied to your skills.
It doesn't.
Does that stack?
It doesn't seem to work right.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but that thing that comes out of it is like very bland by comparison to like a lot of the other stuff. It doesn't quite work the way I think it seems to state. Oh, good. I got an upgrade for my my 21%er. What's up, Frantic Fan? You finally caught my live stream? Oh man, I live stream all the time though, man. Like enough to make my girlfriend hate me. So I mean, that's a lot. You shouldn't have too much trouble finding me. I'm on YouTube as well, so I'm on YouTube and Twitch. In fact, if those of you guys are on Twitch want to subscribe to me over on YouTube, that'd be great. And those of you who are on YouTube want to subscribe to me over on Twitch, that would be great also.
Well, you want to push the nightmare dungeon a little bit higher?
You do it. As long as you're there to tank, I can probably handle it. Like, I'll be the DPS, and I guess whatever happens, happens. I don't even have the hit points to take most of them hits. Like, I think that's the main issue with me is I'm too low level. Like, we know for a fact that level penalty. I'm at 5,358, but we know level penalty affects armor, but like, it also affects life too, because when you're like 10, 20 levels lower, you got way less life than somebody who's like 10, 20 levels higher than you. I bet you if Chunk puts his life in chat right now, he'll make both of ours look like garbage.
He probably has ours combined, if not more.
I don't have as much as you might think.
What you running?
I got 3,300 and some change.
7,838.
7,838. Yeah, you're way higher than us. You're
I
like
was
you're like
thinking-
20. You're like 2,500
Yeah.
higher than me, and you're like
5,000.
and you're
more
like
than me.
5,000 higher than Lady Loki. See,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is like it's not just level penalties. Which, by the way, I actually found out exactly how much armor you need to completely counter the level penalty in the highest tier dungeon.
How much do you need?
Knowledge is
14?
power.
So the exact amount of armor that you need to completely counter the level penalty in a tier 100 dungeon, so versus level 154 monsters, you need 13,201.
Figured it was like 14,000.
13,201 will counter the level penalty, the issues. But and I mean that's a lot of armor.
I'm at
You're gonna need
5,000.
you're gonna need a lot. You need a couple of them doojanks. I think a barbarian can do it easily. Utilizing some various other things.
I'm only running 8,593 armor right now.
I need more time.
Yeah, so you are quite a bit ways away from being able to counter the level penalty.
But I do have a lot of damage reduced too.
Well, going higher than 13,201 doesn't get you anything. That's literally to cap. So, if you were trying to hit 85% cap, 13,201 gets you to the 85% cap. Exactly.
Is that even with damage reduced rolls on all you can get it on?
For what?
To counter 154 monsters.
I mean,
Or is that just armor?
I'm just talking about armor's penalty and how armor works. Like that's
Oh,
that's if you're fighting those high level monsters, they have a huge level penalty, and you need that much armor to counter that penalty. So if you're trying to hit like the highest armor that you can get, like 85% damage reduction on your armor, then you need that much armor to do it.
Gotcha.
Is that a dog or a bunny rabbit? Oh, that's a bunny rabbit. I was born to shoot some rain of arrows and make everything go pop.
That's right.
Got a suppressor over here. That boy's got some impressive HP.
Yes, he does. Oh, vampiric at that.
Oh man. Yeah, I might just stay here for the rest of this.
I need more time.
Oh, I was trying to res. See, now that's not cool. They should have been like, oh, he's trying to res. Let's let him res. But they didn't listen to me. What are you guys having nightmares being about in there? The chanchulas are squonking. It's having the nightmares.
Stay like this.
Those quill rats are
I need
mean.
more time.
They are.
The quill rats are in here.
Well,
are,
seeing
like,
as I have nearly
going into
double your
hell.
health, I don't know why I have nearly double your health though. Like, I don't even. I mean, I got maybe like 1 or 2 mods. I don't know.
None of my gear has life mods on it. Now that I'm looking at it. I don't think that would really affect it too much, but
All I know is them bosses is rang tankerous. I need to be more tanky.
Those wolves just dive at you.
They do. So do the boars.
Yeah, the boars do.
Oh,
They're
come
coming at you.
on. They just come
They're
straight
ignoring
from my
me.
cheeks. They just ignore you. You better use your taunt ability, sir.
I had
You're a
to.
bad tank in this MMO. I don't like this. We need a new tank. Let's boot this tank out. Let's get another tank. One that does his aggro job. That's a lot of poison. Holy Jesus.
Yeah, if I even touch that, I'm just one shot dead.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do this. And then
There.
Hello, everyone.
they're all inside the shield. You know how risky it is for me to go inside the shield?
I need more time.
I like that the elites can be frozen. Like you can freeze pretty much everything. You couldn't freeze elites back at Diablo 2. They just laughed at you. Oh, what even hit? What even hit me?
Oh, quill rats. Ah.
I don't like you, evil quill rats. I don't like you. Mama's a hoe. I don't like you.
That wasn't nice.
I mean,
There. I taunted him. Light him up.
there. Everything died. Look at that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know what? Come to think of it. Like, do I really need to even use this melee ability? I switched to it for the combo points, but like, I feel like I'd be better off just using a regular attack. Huh.
I heard they are getting rid of the drops that's only your level. Now Sacred will be 75 or 65, and Ancestral is 80 or 85.
I mean, they
Did
should
I
have
get
done.
this
They
correct?
should have done that ages ago.
I
Where'd you hear
know,
that
but
from?
I'm very happy with this.
Well,
I heard it
hey, Joe,
yesterday in one
Where'd
of
you
the
Where'd you hear?
streamers.
Where'd you hear that?
Dijo had a video up on it today.
I am. How did he? How did he get that information?
I do not know.
I don't remember.
I'm curious.
Yeah, it said like 60 for the Sacred. And
I don't
thought
think
it
it's
was like
60.
85.
I think it's more than 60, like 65 for the Sacred and 75
wasn't-
for Ancestral.
That's
He wasn't
terrible.
100% sure on it.
I need more time.
That's
is
terrible.
what I gathered.
Anything higher than 45 on the sacred is worthless.
But better than finding Sacred, that's
I'm
100.
not ready yet.
I mean, there's no difference. So, like, at level 60, you can put on the Ancestrals. We all have Ancestrals on at level 60. So, like, at that point, you're basically just saying, okay, well, like, here's an item that's worse than what you already have on, but it's a higher level requirement than what you already have on.
No,
I
but
guess.
what I'm
Thinking
talking
that was-
about, this is true when you are like rushing and somebody, you know, is rushing you and you find Ancestral. Yes, it will be 60 because you are only level 40. But I'm talking like now I'm 96 and I can find something like, you know, level 75. I can give it to my rogue. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess
That's
what
much lower than me.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you were level let's say you're level 70, and you find a really good item. Like, if you find an Ancestral version, it's going to be level 70. And if you find a Sacred, it's going to be 65.
I
That's
think
it.
I said the wrong number there.
Like, I don't see much difference there. I mean,
The takeaway I got from it was he was saying, like, you would be able to find
I'm
Like
not
your
ready yet.
in-game piece of equipment for that slot at level 60.
But they need to lead. I do not know which way to go.
Need
Oof!
more time.
What the heck was that?
That was a big old pig.
He charged, man.
Yeah,
One
I
shot
think
me.
I'm gonna try switch it back to my other skill. I was utilizing I think I was utilizing Heartseeker, or you know what? That might be a good one to do is Heartseeker.
So I'm guessing there is not any confirmed news about the new season yet. Have to wait till tomorrow. What time tomorrow, Jimmy?
At their PDT, so it's probably gonna be around 10 or 11 o'clock PDT, so 1 to 2 o'clock Eastern Standard.
I need
That
more
would be my guess, unless they decide to release it early or they don't release it on time.
time. I'm
It was
not
on
ready yet.
Wowhead too. I wonder. I didn't see any official announcements. I usually keep pretty close tabs on the like Pez Radar's account and stuff like that. So it must be something that must have been something that was given directly to a streamer. Wow. They got that freaking like dash ability. It hurts.
It awaits.
It waits. Let me see if I can find it.
There's a lot of elites in this here. Group of elites on me here. Ah.
So 5 hours ago. Gear level requirements capped in Season 1 Diablo 4. Let's see here. In a recent interview with GameStar, Diablo 4 Associate Game Director Joseph P. Aporo revealed that Blizzard will be introducing a new level requirement cap for Sacred and Ancestral Gear during the season of Malignant. Going forward, Sacred items will have a maximum level requirement of 60, and Ancestral items will have a maximum level requirement of 80.
Yeah.
I'm going to be perfectly honest, that's kind of garbage. Like, it's...
Well, it says maximum, though, not
I mean, I get
will
it.
be.
I get it, but like, okay, so let's say, for instance, I'm on a higher level character and a sacred item drops. It's now a level 60 sacred item, right? So my higher level character is finding equipment that my lower level character basically already has better of. So like, if you're a lower level character, let's say you're like level 50 and you're killing monsters, you're going to have sacred equipment already.
Carrying too much.
And as soon as you hit level 60, as soon as you are the level requirement to put on those sacred items that you're finding on your higher level character, like the second that you're high enough to actually put those items on, you can now find ancestrals. So like, it doesn't fix anything. All it does is it just makes it a little bit more within the range, where like if you did find something really amazing, like you wouldn't have to wait, say, you know, till level 100 at the very least. Like with the ancestral items, I feel like it's slightly better because you're dealing with a level 100 character finding items for a lower level character. So at least with a level 100 character, you can find, you know, items for your level 80. But you still are going to have to wait between the levels of 60 to 80, which is another 20 levels before you can get access to that item that you found on your level 100 character. I mean, they basically just reduced the variable by 20 levels. So instead of having to wait 40 levels to get access to my level 100 piece of equipment that I'm holding on to for my other character, now I have to wait 20 levels to get access to that piece of equipment that I'm holding on to for my higher level character. And, I mean, my lower level character. It doesn't. I don't think it's any better, really. Like, all they did was just add some numbers, and like they didn't really think about it. I don't feel like.
Well, I mean, I'd say they definitely made it to where giving each other, like giving your friends gear is going to be a whole lot easier.
I mean, your level 100 characters will be able to give your level 80 characters, like between 80 to 100, an ancestral piece of equipment. I think that's the only real takeaway from that. Other than that, like, the other change with the sacred equipment is basically worthless because they capped the sacred equipment at the exact level when you get access to the ancestral equipment, which basically means that now the sacred equipment is still useless. Like, it was useless at level 100, obviously, but it's still useless at level 60 because you have access now to all ancestral equipment once you hit level 60, and you can put on that sacred equipment that you're finding on other characters. So unless you happen to find, and this is the only exceptional, unless you happen to find a perfect sacred piece of equipment that's above 725 item power, like, none of that gear is going to be worth putting on. They should have dropped it lower than that.
Much thanks, friend.
Level 50 would have been a huge, like level 50 would have been so much of a massive difference between 50 and 60, because at 50, sacred equipment is the best equipment that you can put on. 50 would have been a great level. 60 is essentially worthless. I mean, it's a change. At least they're listening, I guess.
Yeah, that's my was my whole takeaway. Like, at least they are.
I just
to.
I like the fact that if you're running with a level 90 character and I'm running with the level 70 character, you can possibly give me the gear that I can put on right then. And in worst case scenario, I have to wait until I'm like level 80.
you got to wait like 10 levels, but
it's better than having to go all the way to 100, to where at that point most people are done with that character completely.
yeah, but
Once they hit 100, they don't care.
But my thing is why even have a level requirement set up like that in the first place? Like, this is a band-aid. Like, this, all this is a band-aid. Like, they should have gone in the completely other direction, which is where they should have assigned an item power, a level requirement to item power, so that the item power was determining the level of the piece of equipment, not the character's level. So basically all they did was they left it at the character level, so your character level is still going to determine the level of the item, and your character level is still going to make it so that you are going to have a really high level item, even when it doesn't necessarily deserve a high item level, or a high requirement. So you have like a freaking, like, ancestral item that rolled 700 item power, and it's still going to be level 80 requirement. They capped it, so it's not going to be 100 anymore, but it's still going to be a level 80 requirement 700 item power item. Like, I don't understand why they couldn't just go the other way. They see that there's a problem, they made a change, they need to go the other way. They need to assign a level requirement to the item power, not the other way around. That way all the items have the appropriate level, instead of every single item having the same level requirement as the character who found them, which doesn't really make any sense whatsoever in the first place.
And I guess, like, what you just said is basically all what we have been saying since day 4 or 5, like since we started our second character in this game. And maybe they just don't want characters to give item to each other. They want you to self-find. I don't know. It just does not make sense. But I really don't know. It doesn't make sense. But it's better than finding 100 level sacred item. 60 at least is usable. If you're not gonna get pushed.
I want to take a look at this. Oh, this is it's in German. Okay.
Where is Shadowed Plunge? Because you don't have access to it for some reason. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I will say that the ancestral items at 80 is a better move and actually has some sort of usefulness to it. But the sacred items being capped at 60 is just not good enough. Like, they've got to bring that down about 10 more levels. If they don't bring that down to level 50, or like even just 55, Like there's no one is ever going to touch those sacred items unless they're within the level range of the characters that are actually going to use them. 45 to 60, 45 to 59 is the level range for sacred items. That is where everybody uses sacred items up until the point where they basically take them all off and put on ancestrals. And capping them at 60 is just stupid.
That might be for a perfect roll sacred.
I mean, if you get a perfect roll, if you get a perfect roll sacred, that's the only thing that's going to breach this barrier. Like it's got to be a perfectly rolled sacred item. So at this point, you're going to be looking for so when you flip through your inventory and you're looking at your items, you're going to look at every single sacred item, and the first thing that you're going to check on the sacred item now is you're going to see, okay, is it 700 and what is it? Because you get 25 upgrades, right? So is it 700 item power or higher? So if it's not 700 item power or higher, you just immediately sell it. If it's 700 item power or higher, then you check it and see what the stats are. But I mean, it's just they kind of just made it needlessly complicated now, because now you're just going to have to go through every single sacred item, check and see what the item power is, and then look at the stats. And like most of them are going to be garbage, but you pretty much now have to check through a sea of garbage to find maybe 1 or 2 gems. I'm telling you, even just 5 levels, even if they just brought down the cap to 55 or to 50, but even just 5 levels, if they brought it from 60 to 55, it would be such a world of difference, and it would actually make those sacred items valuable for leveling up new characters.
An equitable transaction.
Blizzard, if you're watching, 5 more levels. Come on, guys.
Much thanks, friend.
5 more levels on the sacred. Come on. Come on. Wow, 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 wow. Mm-hmm. Man, my phone just be blowing up. What the hell is going on?
Poison sucks.
What did you say, Socks?
Poison.
This poison.
Oh, yeah.
Poison sucks. Demon poison. Let's go join you guys in the demon poison dungeon. In the demon poison, in the demon poison dungeon, in the demon poison. What are these little tornadoes all over the place for? They're putting little tornadoes all over the place.
I cannot bring my armor up, man. It's at 6,000. I cannot find any gear to bring it higher than this.
Plus percentage equipment. So like when you're rolling your quad defense pants and your quad defense armor piece, you can get there are little modifiers that give you like, I think it's like, yeah, like 10% maximum armor or whatever.
I think I have it on both, on my chest and pants.
And then I guess you could do the aspect of disobedience. Not really 100% sure that one's worth it over something else that might give you more damage reduction. God, this poison is hellacious. Are you kidding me?
I didn't pick this.
Like
It's
every
just about
single
me.
monster is hitting me for like
Every
god
single
tier
monster is
poison.
Poison enchanted.
They are poison enchanted.
and they all lifesteal.
Yeah, but it's everything. Like,
And they bleed you.
eh.
You're getting the poison, the bleed, and the bleach.
Why you do this to me? Who did this?
not
Why you
ready
do
yet.
I
this?
didn't do this.
I did.
Oh, okay. You just want to torture us. Oh,
Just a tickle.
torture.
I need more time.
Has there been some more new info on the cow level? Nothing new yet. Although I'm sure that we're going to be checking furiously when this patch comes out to see if there's any new tidbits of information. Who knows? They might activate the cow level for season 1.
Whoa! Don't say that. Would be very cool.
Don't say that. What?
That would be very nice.
Why not say it?
Yeah, why not say it then?
But I know. I don't want to be disappointed. Now I'm looking forward for it.
Well, don't look forward to it.
We haven't even found it yet. Even if they added it, we still haven't found it.
I'm not ready yet.
Maybe you haven't found it because they haven't added it.
Well, we've got some pretty good evidence on what's
Ooh,
what's
there
going on and how to do it. We think
goodness,
we
they
think
don't
we've
need
got it down. We just obviously yes they haven't added it, but like we don't know 100% for sure where it is or how to activate it. We just got an idea. What I wouldn't give to be the first one in the cow level, have it on stream and everything. Hold the answer hostage. I'd be like, da-na-na-na-na. I'd be like, yeah, I'm in the cow level. People be screaming in chat, how did you get in? I'd be like, oh, wouldn't you like to know? For the easy low price of $29.99.
I'm not ready yet.
You too can enter the cow level.
I think this druid is the worst character to find any super unique. Because they have 2 unique helms. And
I think that might mean you're actually the best.
how?
So according to one of the developers, they said that basically every single time a unique item drops, you have a chance that that unique item can turn into
I'm not ready yet.
the super rare unique. So since you have 2 helmets and not just one, you could potentially have 2 chances every time the unique item drops to potentially have that turn into a uber unique. I mean, so they're basically saying that like it's very similar to Diablo in a way, I guess. So it rolls. What happens is it rolls unique. Like, so how does that work in Diablo? It's first you kill the monster, then it rolls what to drop. Then after it rolls what to drop, it rolls quality, right? And so then it rolls unique quality. And for some reason or another, you have like a extremely easy to find unique helmet called Vasily's Prayer, and then you also have a rarer helmet called Tempest Roar, which both helmets apparently, if either one of them roll as a unique, then there is a possibility that that unique can then roll as a Shaco. That's what the developer said anyway. Basically, every single time that you find a unique that is the same type as the uber rare, that there is a possibility for it to change into the uber rare. Something to do with the way that the calculations work. Now, I don't know exactly how that works, but that's what the developer said. Which could potentially mean that you have a higher chance than we do, not a lower chance.
Another razor blade.
Is it a good one though? Could be
I mean,
good.
it's
Might be not.
$7.98. But I got like 8 of them.
So I'm testing your theory. Remember you said when you don't play for a while, you get a chance of
That is
dropping
not-
a unique.
That is not my theory, sir, and it's most likely
I remember you
completely
mentioned it.
bubkiss.
You
It's
mentioned it.
bubkiss.
It's in. I have not played for 2 days, and I just dropped a unique. So, okay, a
Don't
little bit fishy.
anecdotal evidence at
not ready
best.
yet.
This is how I found my Tempest Roar. I was so frustrated that I cannot find the damn thing, and I stopped playing for 2 days. And the next day I played, I dropped Tempest Roar and Staff of Chrome, same day. 2 runs away from each other.
Sounds like you got really lucky. That's all that was.
Sound like your friend was correct.
No, he's not my friend. That guy sucks.
I need more time.
I told that dude he was a liar.
How about you try? Stop playing for 2 days and see what's coming.
No, I'm a streamer. I ain't doing that. And according to him, you don't even have to. According to him, it works on your characters. So when you log out of one character and you play your barbarian for 3 days, and then you log back into your other character and play that character for 3 days, then like it basically it gives you rested magic find on all of your characters. The guy's absolutely insane. But if that was the case, then everybody has rested magic find all the time whenever you switch between characters. And I switch between characters all the time.
Oh, so even if you didn't play a character for 2 days, still get according to him.
I can't believe you bought into that silly theory, sir.
Of course I'm not buying into it. I just
fight
find a
you.
unique and I remember.
Come into your house. That's it. Come into your house. Kubus, come on, let's go. Come on, let's beat him up. He looked at me like, I'm trying to sleep here. Don't wake me up. He said,
I got mail.
need more
I
time.
got mail.
we'll go back to night then. Don't look at me all funky like. Go night. Kubus go night. He's mad at me right now. It's hilarious.
Fit for a king.
I'm not ready yet.
I tried to open that one, but it won't let me.
What?
Shadow Plunge. It's a frost damage one. Where you deal more damage.
I mean, if we want
But you don't-
we just
No,
gotta
you
go.
don't. It says you don't have access to it.
Yeah, we just gotta go do the stronghold if you want to do it.
It's in Awazar. You missing one there?
I'm missing a bunch of strongholds on this girl. She's not fully set up.
I don't.
I got Demon's Wake that does shadow damage. It's only level
Fire.
23, but
Fire res, is that it?
about Onyx Hold. You have 15% more frost damage.
Mm-hmm. Try it out. If it doesn't work, then it don't work.
29.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys are super high level.
They're over here just like, where's the real high level?
You're doing fine in the high level.
When is the patch tomorrow? Probably around like 11 PDT, Pacific Standard Time.
Morgan's Folly is lost in ruins. Going back is... This isn't like before.
Activated a high level dungeon.
Surely you understand this.
The Magic Find Sigil was temporarily disabled because people were using a bug, yes. The Magic Find Sigil is something different entirely. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about something else stupid that doesn't even exist.
You inside the dungeon already, Ginger?
I am indeed. I am indeed. Did my next video just post yet? I don't remember. What is it? 6:55. Yes, Druid is up. Let me do a quick sherry on this Druid doojank. Bing, 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 bing. Trying to get all my my starter
It's very
videos
spicy in here.
up today before the patch notes and everything, so people can actually have a chance to go over them before the season 1 starts. I don't even care if you guys watch them or not. I just want to make sure they're all up.
Well, it'd be nice if everything froze in here.
Oh yeah, certainly would. It's too bad for you.
Fine. Do it ourselves.
You're gonna freeze them yourselves? How you gonna do that?
No, I'm just gonna bonk them in the head.
Don't bonk them in the head. That's rude.
You gonna get blowed up.
Alright, there we go. And I think I got one more thing to do. Oh my god, that is annoying. Why did I put the comments all the way down at the bottom? Alright, there we go. Well, one more I think coming out after this one. I think it's Necromancer.
I'm not ready
Oof.
yet.
Ooh, what was that?
This dude over here dropping bombs.
He's farting on you? That's rude.
He might as well
I need
be.
more time.
I'll come help out with a Konovich ride.
I need more time.
What level are you guys fighting in here? What is this, a 53? I don't even do 53s on my level 100 Necromancer. I'll be running them safe ones. Where I don't die all the time.
I need more time.
Wanna do 60?
I ain't even shot at a monster yet.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, let me put an elixir
that
on.
explosion about got me.
I need more time.
Ranged crossbow things are
Evil?
deadly. Nightmare dungeons are full with things that can massacre you.
Oh, come on. I thought he already blew up. I literally ran away because he was blowing up, and then I guess what? He didn't blow up? He did me a blow up fake out?
Yeah, he
It was a
did.
fake out,
He did do a
I
fake
felt
out.
like that too.
They
Because I
do
thought
that.
he was
They-
dead, and I walked back and he
They're
was
like
still
walk
there.
away and they walk after you again. Like the heck?
Yeah, he lit the fuse and then snubbed it out real quick and lit it again.
Wall of death, man. Ugh.
I need more time.
We all spread out all over the place, though.
I don't
like,
know, but I'm coming up here with the weak ones.
I'm trying to catch up to you guys, but then I'm like looking at the map and like everybody's
I
like
don't
in
know
the
what
four
I don't know
corners
where
of the
everybody's
universe
going
over
down
here.
there.
It's Let's stay together then.
Oh, well, just saying. Like, I'm trying to catch up to you guys.
We are here.
Ah,
I'm
stop
not
exploding.
Right?
Like, how many times do you gotta explode after you die? Like, it used to just be like one pop. Now it's like boom,
I'm not ready.
ba ba boom, ba ba boom boom, ba boom. Like, dang, just die already. Boy got a whole fireworks store inside of his stomach, apparently.
Where's this shaman at?
I need more
I
time.
hear him.
Hammond? Is he swimming
But
up? Is he swimming upstream?
I hear him. He just hiding.
I don't like the speed on Heartseeker. Heartseeker's slow. I kind of like the other one better.
I tried to play like range character, rogue. I just didn't like the speed. Just penetrating shot is not fast enough. It's not as fast as Flurry.
Heh, 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 heh. That's how you play my build, and then you literally clear the entire screen in one shot. I'm a level 76 character in a, what is this, 107 dungeon? I literally fired one shot and most of that group just immediately disintegrated.
But I think that's the shadow, not the.
So penetrating shot,
shot is-
penetrating shot is the highest lucky hit chance out of all the abilities. I can basically get to over 100% lucky hit chance with penetrating shot. Penetrating shot also hits multiple targets and splits and then hits multiple targets again. So the damage output that it gives with those lucky hit abilities is insane because it's basically like 100% lucky hit chance. I'm pretty sure I'm going over 100% by the way, and I could probably dial it back a little bit at this point. The other abilities don't have the same beauty, unfortunately. For rapid fire, it's just damage, and for barrage, it's just damage, and for flurry, it's just damage, and for twisting blades, it's just damage. So the combo points don't give the massive amount of lucky hit bonus like they do on the penetrating shot.
It does give me a lot more
I'm not ready
arrows.
yet.
That's the only reason I use it. It goes from, what is it? 5 arrows to 8, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're, and it boosts the damage too. And I don't know. I have a 100% chance that it'll ricochet on a vulnerable enemy, so it always does. And I got the one skill that does
Not
it
in
too.
town.
What's up, everybody?
Oh,
Howdy ho, neighborino!
What's really happening?
Selling my
I'm in a
soul
dungeon, right?
to
In a
the
dungeon right
devil.
now, chasing the lightning bubble around.
It's always fun.
Man, I just bit it and said, hell with it, I'm going to run it. I think I'm digging this flurry rapid fire build better with the cold imbue, though. I was running the shadow. I think I dig the cold better.
No, seriously.
whispering too.
No, seriously, both is way better than either.
Fine indeed.
no matter how much you switch back and forth between them, you're never gonna get the full benefit out of like the imbuements, unfortunately. Like they really have synergies between the two, and the synergies between them like are massive. Like if you like the clear speed of shadow imbuement, the clear speed of shadow imbuement works absolutely excellently if you're using this, which is the Icy Alchemist aspect. The Icy Alchemist aspect provides additional explosions as long as your shadow imbuement hits a target that's chilled or frozen. So when you use them together, you get way more damage than when you use them apart. The explosions from the shadow imbuement require things to die. That's one of the downsides of it. So if nothing dies, you get no explosions. The explosions from the Icy Alchemist loose, however, do not require things to die. And also, and therefore, kill things. And then when they kill things, they cause more explosions because the shadow imbuement gets the explosions from the death. So you end up with like a massive chain of explosions, which is beautiful. Brings a tear to the eye.
I like the crowd control of the cold too.
Mm.
It
Honestly,
freezes every-
Honestly, if you're going to use shadow imbuement, I would recommend using the Icy Alchemist Elude and also throw on Frostburns. Because
well, I'm using I was using the shadow, but I figured, what the hell? Let me just, since season's getting ready to change and stuff, I figured, what the hell? Let me pull the points out of there and put them over into the cold imbuement. I think I like it better.
Try them both.
You know, my flurry, I actually use the aspect that spreads the that has 50% chance to spread the crowd control.
Yep, that's what I'm
And
using as well.
the
Shared misery.
Shared misery, and I'm putting it on the amulet, so I have 75% chance. And
Well,
I'm using Frostburn and Penitent Greaves.
Well,
and actually, everything is frozen without me using Cold Imbuement.
If you're set up for Lucky Hit, you don't even really need to put it on an amulet. Like 44% or 50% chance on like a pair of boots or something like that is perfectly fine. It's kind of a waste of your amulet slot. You can put something way better there.
I found one earlier called the Icy Alchemist offensive aspect that sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah, I just linked it.
Oh, is that what you were talking about? I actually found one of those today, and I was like, wow, that sounds awfully cool.
Good,
I just ripped the aspect off because it sounded so good.
Yeah,
I haven't put it on anything yet.
That is the aspect that I'm using that allows me to make everything explode and die. Like, it's just one of the set. But it requires... It does require the monsters to be all nice and chilly, though, in advance. So that's kind of like the
I got
thing.
my frost.
Well, why you are not using Penitent Greaves on your character?
Because I'm ranged, and Penitent Greaves are terrible for ranged characters. If I was melee, I would use them.
I got some frost burns I'm going to put on here in a few levels.
I am not a melee character, and I don't get in there and actually fight anything. So, like, Penitent Greaves are great if you're, like, a barbarian or, you know, like, if you're a melee rogue or... Like, because it's a very small area around you. Like, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, maybe you can, like, kite away from the monsters. If the monsters are willing to chase you and run through the cold, it might be useful. But, like, if you're just standing there and you're trying to fight monsters, it's going to do nothing until they come over and try to beat the crap out of you. And by then, you're probably dead.
Are you guys okay with drifting shades?
No.
All the drifting shades. All the drifting
No, we're not.
shades. All the drifting shades. All the drifting, all the drifting, all the drifting shades.
Drifting Shade is more of a solo Nightmare Dungeon thing. It's a whole lot easier. You don't have three other ones stacking on top of you.
You can turn it into a Christmas song. Drifting shades, drifting
I
shades, drifting all the way.
I don't have any good ones then.
Oh, what
Go
fun it is
there,
to drift in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey.
Fortress that I pinned.
I just checked all mine and they're all garbage, so.
I have ones, but they are very high level. They are 60s.
You gonna knock your stronghold out?
I guess, yeah. Which one are we going
pin
to?
on it.
Oh, that one? Okay. I'll teleport to you.
I think that's the one. Hey, here's that
There's a damage multiplier on Penitent Greaves?
this
What's the damage multiplier on
late
Penitent
guy
Greaves?
here.
I didn't think there was a damage multiplier. I thought it was just 10% chill on all monsters surrounding you.
You deal 10%
You didn't
more
drop
damage to chilled enemies.
Is it 10x or is it just 10?
It's 7 to 10% is what it rolls.
No, no, I mean, is it 10x or is it just 10? Like, it usually, if it's a multiplier,
10%.
Don't be serious.
if it's a multiplier, it has an x next to it.
Logan's folly
Yeah, it
is
says 10% X.
Okay, so it is a multiplier. Then in that case, it might actually be worth using.
This isn't for the fort, for Akarat. Surely you understand.
I
I'm there.
use it all the time on my rogues, and they are really they're nice.
Well, the 10% multiplier for the cold damage probably will be worth it. I'll lose my spread, which I'll have to put on something else, but
There's a board too you can get in your Paragon levels too, right? For the frost. Forgot what it's called.
I don't even have these things upgraded.
Or not a board. Is it a board or a glyph?
Oh, I've got a whole bunch of like frost stuff. I'm already like fully vested there.
You're all frosted up.
I'm all frosted up. These monsters here won't even stand a chance. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, the outside world monsters are no
They still
challenge
get
whatsoever.
experience.
They do indeed. What's up, buddy?
Let's see if there are more like it.
This boy over here is spicy. I guess it does. The Penitent Greaves, the effect, it does kind of stay on the ground for a little while, I guess.
I'm not ready yet.
I honestly wouldn't just use them for the chilling effect, but the, I do like the 10x. The 10x multiplier sounds like it's going to give me a lot of extra damage. I was unaware it had the 10x. I thought it was just the chilling effect.
I need more time.
Or I probably knew and just didn't even look.
Yeah, dude, that lights up that whole hallway we just walked down.
Energy.
And it stays on the ground for quite a while. Like you said, if you kite them back.
And also, any enemy that's chasing you around, they get frozen.
I'm not ready yet.
Door's open. Okay, door's not open.
Now we gotta
Take out
survive
door.
the cultist onslaught.
Door's open, though.
It's gotta open. It's opening.
On our screen, on my screen, it's open.
Yeah, mine
Oh,
was
it's,
Like, it's open.
we'll walk to
I'm
it.
not ready
I
yet.
tried.
Yeah, we tried.
Because it's not open.
I've already done this one, maybe that's why.
You have to wait till the
I
time
don't
runs
want
out.
to wait.
2 seconds.
We're going to open the door, and I'm going to do this.
It's shut now.
It shut for me. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's what it did too. It shut and I
Shut
walked right
after.
through it and then shut.
Yeah.
Oh, the snakes outside are frosty. And they're cold and icy and frosty. And I
Found
make
the
them all
Sky
freeze
Hunter.
and die. Go
Never
ahead.
seen that one before.
It's an interesting one.
Better than the wind force.
What in the heck? That was pretty sweet.
Windforce has
Still
got a lot of
digging for-
damage on it. I don't have a good one.
I need the condemnation dagger.
I'm not ready yet.
It's over.
And I'm rolling all defensive. I got disobedience on my helm, might on my armor, cheats on my legs.
Cheats. You cheat.
Cheats.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I use the cheat.
15,
I put that on my
15%.
armor.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. It's an article of tankiness, right?
Oh yeah, articles, components of tankiness. I put those out there because I know a lot of people are having trouble with tankiness, so I was trying to help out.
I can't
Just-
believe how tanky this character is with, and she doesn't do a lot of fortifying and you know, covering her life up with barriers and stuff, she just steals it back.
Well, that's sustain. That's a whole nother thing.
Out here
She gets
beside
like
us.
10% of life on crits or something. It's insane.
Okay, so now we can do the dungeon. The dungeon. So why did we do the snake? Why did we do the snakes so we can do more snakes?
Because you do 15% more damage in here, and it's only 43.
The snakes and the snakes and the snakes with the snakes.
See, you got this one.
Snake,
Got
city,
this,
snakey,
man.
snake, city, snakey, snake.
This is all you, man.
What is this? What is this even a nightmare dungeon? Oh, it's a 43.
Yeah. You got it. You be fine.
Ye be fan.
I'm not ready yet.
Just gonna walk around, pick up gold. Every little pile.
Every little thing. You're gonna be
What
alright,
is that?
man.
What is that? A formula that you use to try to figure out what dungeons you should be using? It's your level minus 74 minus your level or something like that.
Your level minus 54, and then like plus the number that you want above your character level. So
Actually, I'm on DC, apparently.
Chunks always be getting us in these dangerous situations. Last time the butcher showed up and he wasn't even there to save us.
Where is the
Chocolate.
butcher?
Went to clapping everybody's cheeks, didn't he?
Oh, he got me for good. We were in a really high tier dungeon too, and that butcher, that butcher clapped us good.
That is the one downside to the rogue build that I'm trying to overcome is that single target is. I got it down pretty good now though. I just hit them as soon as I freeze them solid. I just go in rapid fire rotation. And their health just goes right down.
I've been using poison imbuement for single target. That's my cheat. Poison imbuement works really good for single target.
I found an aspect earlier, man, that when you go into concealment, you can lay traps down without cooldowns and stuff like that. And then when you come out of concealment, your traps go off and they're crits. Because there's an aspect called counter something or another that causes your crits to be 100% crits when you come out of concealment.
I hate them lava gouts, man.
Freaking concealment is something else, man.
I hate them with a passion. Like the way
I
that
call
they
it-
just appear right underneath your feet, and then like half the time you can't even see them, and like it's just like they're just evil. I'm dead back here because the lava gouts got me while I was trying to pick up a piece of gear.
Yeah, those are nasty if you don't see them. They just kind of blend in with everything else.
Happened to Chunky.
Hey, look, they tried to kill me as soon as I got rezzed.
I'm not ready yet.
Chunks DC'd. He DC's a lot. You can get used to it.
Ginger, you rolling Druid Man for the season, or have you made your mind up yet? Probably only
unless-
been asked that 7,000 times, huh?
Yes. Unless there's some sort of like fundamental change in the patch notes that makes me want to play a different character, it's probably gonna be Druid.
Gonna do the Shredder?
Companion. So like the
No, don't tell me. I was about to start companion.
not full companion. I don't want to do a full companion.
Rabies.
I don't think full companion is worth it. But the poison creeper has this interesting new aspect that gives you the ability to use landslide inside the circle of the. It automatically uses landslide inside the circle of the poison creeper, which sounds pretty freaking broken.
Freaking
And
Poison Creeper is OP, too.
it's already OP, like, and then it's just
Yeah,
even
it's
more OP
insane.
now. So like, I'm gonna try and build around that poison creeper aspect. I think that sounds like it's gonna be fun.
I was playing around with that for
Can
a
you
little bit. I was doing
explain it one more time?
a pulverized build.
So poison creeper is
Yeah.
a big giant AoE circle, right? It poisons everything when you activate it.
Yes.
It makes
It
immobilizes
phases too,
everything, and then it gives the immobilizes. Then it also gives you like a crit bonus. So the aspect when you put it on your equipment makes it so that when you use poison creeper inside the circle, landslide is also cast for the full circle. So you get like an AoE. You get an AoE landslide. It also increases the damage of all your earth skills by 10% if the monsters are poisoned. So you get, not only do you get an AoE landslide from the poison creeper, but you also get a 10% damage bonus to all your earth skills as long as the monsters are poisoned, which is pretty sweet. So it's kind of like a combination between a earth and a poison build, which is interesting.
I need more time.
You wanna go this side to
You
just to
invite
check?
me?
I think I'm going with the rogue, man. I really enjoy playing. I like the play style of it.
That's the thing. I wanna do rogue. We gonna have to do the renowns again, right?
don't
Only
think so.
only part of it. So you're gonna have to do part of it. Yes.
Which part?
The last part.
What do you mean last part?
The last part. They're gonna let us keep the renown that we got from discovering the areas, and they're gonna let us keep the renown that we got from discovering getting the Lilith statues. So we're gonna have those 2 renowns are gonna be still obtained. Everything else we've got to go get again.
Do we need to log in with our highest
Yes.
with our highest level character
Yes.
in the first part of it, or when the season goes live?
Both, yes. Well, you want either or, yes. So when you're basically going to get enough renown, which is going to take you about almost to the 3rd point on the renown bar. So you're still going to have to finish off the 3rd one, and then you're going to have to start working on
So
the 4th and
basically,
the
we're gonna
5th.
have to do the strongholds and
Strongholds, the dungeons and quests. That's why I posted a thing in chat earlier that has the which quests are linked to dungeons, so you know which ones to do.
that would be very helpful. We have to do the quests first.
I'm so tired of having to run around in circles because there's fire freaking everywhere. The chest is spewing fire, and the freaking lava gouts are also hitting me repeatedly. Like I can't ever stop moving.
I'm trying to res whoever is dead. I can't.
I'm not
Yes.
ready yet.
Heck is this?
Oh my god, I can't even see what's going on.
I'm just like standing on the edge shooting in.
I am in the middle of it.
I know I'm doing lots of damage. I can see the damage.
Okay.
I couldn't stand over there. It's too much fire. I'm just a little
Fuck.
baby. I'm just a little baby character. You guys are all up in here and look at these little high level monsters and things. Got
I
room
love
for a
Cyclone
shadow
armor, man.
necromancer?
Cyclone armor is amazing skill.
I need more time.
Woo, gonna die from poison. Oh god, that's a lot of poison. Why is that so much poison?
Man, they pretty much made the Eldritch Bounty node.
That boy literally like leaped on us
I know.
and then died on us after he leaped
Hi-ya!
on us. He collapsed into a puddle of his own guts on the floor after he killed both of us.
I'm not ready yet.
It was really quite rude.
The Eldritch Bounty board has got some good stuff on it, but that freaking legendary is useless with that resistance increase. That don't mean anything.
So I did find out something interesting the other day. Kind of an interesting fact about health bonuses. So health bonuses only go off your base, which is unfortunate. But I did find out that all health bonuses apparently multiply together. Like, it's not additive. So like when you have like a 4% HP and like a 4% HP, it doesn't equal 8. It's actually a little bit higher than 8. And apparently all HP bonuses multiply against them, like with each other before they add to your total HP. Which means the more HP bonuses you have from like Paragon board and all that other bullcrap, the slightly more they actually do. I don't know if it's actually worth stacking them, but you do actually get a benefit from stacking multiple HP bonuses, as opposed to just simply having like one big one. Alright, Rain Arrows time.
I'm not ready yet.
Jeez. Freaking bow gave me +3 to my exploit. Pretty sweet.
not ready yet.
God,
I don't think I should move right now.
I cannot stand that poison. Like, it is just too much. If I wasn't able to freeze these guys, I think I would have been dead a long time ago.
Get in there and just start stacking it up, man.
And he freaking like ran me down. Couldn't freeze him enough times. Eventually, it hits the limit of the maximum number of frozes.
A pretty high level dungeon y'all are running too, man.
Well, Chunks was here.
That's a one-shot dungeon right there.
My bags are full.
Oh no, my bags are full.
I'm just not running 10s, man. But I feel pretty strong running through them though still. Still get some pretty nice clear speed out of it.
This dang place.
I'm just doing like you were doing, Ginger. I'm yearning for my Frosties.
They are great.
And then I may try that aspect on some piece of gear.
Oh
I may have to lose. If I have to lose something I really like to use it, but I'm gonna have to try it.
What, these increased health monsters got so much health. I don't even know like what to even. They got more health than like the world.
So Ginger, let me ask you this, man. Whenever I can equip my Frostburns, do I need to go back to Shadow
You have
explosions?
you have to hit them with shadow to make the icy alchemist effect work. That's how it works. So when the monsters are chilled or frozen, you gain the effect.
I'm not ready yet.
But you have to hit them with the
Hey,
shadow
what's going
imbuement
on?
to make the effect happen.
Die.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Ready yet.
I would get the chill off the gloves and
They are
the
fire.
shadow
The
off
fire
the
enchanted.
shield,
The
right?
fire enchanted is very nasty. It's
Of
very
course it
nasty.
is. Of course it's nasty.
Ouch.
We came in here for snakes. This is snakes. There's so many snakes.
Oh, you need a herpetologist. Where is he?
So many snakes. So many snake
Need a potion
legs.
a potion of anti-venom.
I need a tank of tankiness.
I need a fire enchanted butcher.
Oh man, they're the worst ones are the freaking poison enchanted ones, I think.
Are you sick of those snakes in your MF dungeon? Magic Fine Dungeon.
Wolfie, what's happening, man?
How you doing, Big Kevin?
Oh, I got a cowl of the
just do it.
nameless.
Watching the stream, listening to the stream, and running my own dungeons.
Nice.
Cody, what are you doing over there? You always look like you're up to no good.
I'm
It's
not
because you
ready.
are up to no good, ain't you?
He solemnly swears that he's up.
People trying to ask for information for what's in the patch. If I knew it was in the patch, I would have had a video up already. If I had the patch notes, man, we'd be talking about the patch notes right now. Like,
You mean you don't have an insider track?
I wish.
Get
I always
those
feel-
patches.
I always feel really kind of hurt about like when Blizzard like decides to give specific information to like a specific streamer. And I know for that specific streamer, it's like exciting or whatever. But like for me, it's like, oh, thank you. Just, punch me in the gut. Why don't you? It's just my livelihood.
Try this again.
That's a deal.
Wolfie just stole your spot.
So did.
I'm gonna back
I
down.
didn't even know
can have my
Chunky was
spot.
in this spot. I just saw your stream. There was only 3 people. I'm like, my day's over.
It'd
I'm
been
ready
a
to play
while.
games.
It'd been he
You
left.
can
It's been
join
a while.
Chunky. I'm about to leave right now.
Hello, lady.
Get in
Door
here.
unlocked.
Get in here.
Oh.
You got like a new microphone, or did you just move into a new empty room?
Yep, I moved into a very empty room.
What's up, Origin? What's up, Nick?
Think about trying to run like a tracer.
Nick is Wolfie, right? Haha, Wolfie.
Correct. Yeah.
I try to learn everybody's
Finally.
names and stuff. I try. I try so hard, and I
You
get
guys still
so
doing that dungeon, or is it
far.
done?
You know, this is a pretty
It's
decent
done.
helmet. Do you want this helmet, man? I don't know if you're using poison imbuement, but it's not bad.
You remember how to run a tracer?
Tracer T?
Yeah, like
Tracer up?
out to the BattleNet.
I usually just type in something like tracer T space www.battlenet.com. But that's probably not where the servers are. You might have to look up IP addresses for the servers.
Wow.
It also depends on whether they actually allow pings, which sometimes some places don't.
Freaking Sky Hunter bow just made that damage go off the map, dude. Wow.
Do you know in how many hours we will get the patch notes? So many questions about the patch notes. Exactly 17.2589689443125555 hours.
I need more time.
A path ping.
They never actually give actual times for the patch notes or even the patch. So that was obviously a joke. But I can pretty much guarantee you it will be tomorrow between the hours of 10 to 11 PDT. So that is like 1 to 2 EST if you're over here in the Virginia area like I am.
Yeah, I see the maintenance on here when I looked up the tracer. PST to 1 PST tomorrow.
It's funny because disabling ping doesn't prevent DDoS, Stephen Walker. The funny thing about DDoS is it doesn't matter what you do. DDoS is it kind of can't be prevented. That's kind of the entire thing. DDoS stands for distributed denial of service, right? So basically, the only thing that they have to get from you is a no. That's it. When you are denied service, the server still has to make a reply, and that's part of the issue. So even if you have everything on lockdown, even if they're not able to access anything, even if they can't ping you, even if like everything is like more secure than the lockpicking lawyer can get into, like it doesn't matter because the server still has to basically say no. So when somebody tries to request entry, can I come in? No. It's a very simple thing. It still has to say no. It still has to give a denial. That's why it's called denial of service. Because basically, even under the strictest controls, the server still has to basically deny the service. And if you have enough people requesting services, and the server has to deny enough requests, like say 1 million requests, if it has to deny 1 million or 2 million or 10 million, the server starts to lag out. And it doesn't take more than a certain number of denials before eventually the server starts to have trouble even producing the next denial. And that's when things start going bad. Distributed denial service is even worse, which is where it's distributed over a large number of computers. So if I wanted to attack you with a DDoS or a DOS denial of service attack, you could just ban my IP address eventually. You could just lock me out somehow. You could prevent me from even getting access to your server so your server doesn't have to say no. But if it's distributed over hundreds of thousands of computers across the world, good luck banning any of those computers. Like you could ban 1, 2, maybe like a subset of them, maybe like 200 or 300, but you're never going to get them all. So distributed denial of service attacks are actually even worse. That's why the servers end up getting bogged down and they can't really do anything about it.
Figure your stuff out there, Chunks.
Do what?
You should
So
do it.
you log on yet?
No, I'm trying to do a path ping
First Carlo,
test.
now Leah. There's something out there killing us and no one will do anything.
I think I typed it in wrong. Allow several minutes. Okay. It says path ping the U.S. Central IP address.
Type
Just-
message this.
Well, I'm just waiting right now. I'm on the U.S. BattleNet support. It said I put spaces in it where I thought it had spaces.
No, it's all one word for the trace route. Are you using your ISP's DNS servers instead of like Google's?
I'm
Um,
using
Make a
command
difference.
prompt. I'm using command prompt.
No, okay, so
DNS servers are different.
okay,
I'll
so
let Ginger go.
he probably doesn't even know what it is. So DNS stands for Dynamic Name Resolution. So when you type in an address, like if you type in www.google.com, there's no such thing as google.com. It doesn't actually exist. It needs an IP address. So what DNS servers do is they look up the actual address of the thing. It's no different than like if you had like an address book and you're like, okay, Carol Watkins, and then you look up Carol Watkins and it gives you a phone number. That's basically what DNS is. Sometimes the ISP's DNS sucks balls. You can go into your computer and configure a different DNS server. Like you could use Google's. Google's is really easy to remember. It's 8.8.8.8.8 or 8.8.4.4, I think, or something like that.
Correct.
There's also another one that's really good that recently came out. It's 1.1.1.1 DNS. That's apparently a really good one as well. It's
That's Cloudflare, yeah.
yeah. But if you replace the DNS server, which is actually pretty easy to do, if you replace the DNS server from your default one that's provided by the ISP with the one of the others, it may also have a better route for you. I could probably find you a guide on that, or maybe somebody can post it in.
You can help them out.
Post it. It's pretty easy to do though, to change your DNS. It just requires a little bit of going into the settings, and then you can just adjust your DNS settings. And by the time we're done, you should have a better overall connection. In fact, it'd probably be better off just doing the 1.1.1.1 and then also throwing in the 8.8.8.8, so you can run the Cloudflare and the Google as your secondary. And that should take care of most situations. Even if the Cloudflare fails you should be able to still get use from the Googles. Because basically you can have a primary and a secondary DNS. Normally both the primary and the secondary are your ISP. Or in the worst case scenario, your primary and secondary are actually your router, which is terrible. You don't want your primary and secondary to be your router. Some companies do that. I don't know why. But it doesn't matter. Like, changing that DNS will have absolutely no effect on your ISP. They don't care. The ISP only provides you with a DNS server because they have to. They have no other choice. But there are better DNS servers out there. Faster ones that don't mess up as often and have better routes.
Yeah, Chunks, let me know if you want a hand with that.
Yeah, you can send whatever. But you said that the path ping is all one word.
Yeah, so trace route, all one word. Trace, T-R-A-C-E-R.
No, I mean,
space bar,
this says type in the command prompt. Path ping XX, replace the X's with the IP address, so that's what I'm doing.
I thought in Windows it was Tracer T.
Trace route, huh?
I'm doing a path ping test. Or
That's
trace
what
route.
is.
I mean, this is what the support says to do here for Diablo 4.
Yeah, it's Tracer T, just T-R-A-C-E-R-T. Tracer T with no spaces.
That's not what it says here. But okay.
You want to link the document you're looking at?
Yeah.
They could be giving you different operating systems.
I mean, I'm thinking about Windows. So, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
looking.
I'm thinking about Windows as well.
I'm
too.
looking at
I'm
the
on
tracer.
Windows.
I'm looking at the tracer T command right now, which is usage tracer T, and then D command is do not resolve address host names. H is the number of maximum hops, which you kind of want to see the maximum hops. Host list, timeouts. There's a bunch of different options that you can go for.
Send it to both of you.
Yeah, I saw that there.
If you type in tracer T with no spaces and then space / question mark, it'll actually give you the commands, like all the options. Like it'll tell you how to use the command and everything. Command prompts are usually pretty good like that.
So that article you linked,
I'm not ready yet.
Chunks, has a secondary article for running a trace route. Well, in the links down below. So a path ping and a trace route are slightly different. I'm not sure what the difference is, but there is something called a path ping in Windows.
Well, the path ping that I'm doing is the region for which Diablo, I guess, hub I'm bouncing off of. U.S. Central, U.S. West, Europe, Asia, South America, Australia. So I'm Central. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I think before
Okay.
I think before you go through all this though, you should change your DNS.
Yeah, the
'Cause
DNS is going to be a simple thing.
Because the DNS may actually change the route as well. And so even if the route even if you are having an issue with the route, you could still potentially fix it just by doing the DNS change. And then if it's not fixed, then you can run the path tracer T or the path route or whatever anyway.
Well, how do
let's jump in another channel and I'll walk you through it, Chunk.
Alright.
That goes for all you guys out there. Changing your DNS actually has a pretty good effect on your internet speed. Like, there's a whole process by which things have to happen on the internet, and having a better DNS server makes a huge difference.
I can't hear
I think
anything.
Linus has a video actually on it on the Cloudflare, the 1.1.1.1. I'm pretty sure if you look up Linus's video on it, he goes over all that. You feel like you're at work? We're nerds. What do you expect? Who just came in?
Can you hear me?
What's up, Easy Bullets?
I'm ready.
Are you ready for season 1?
Yeah, to say the least. Like, I don't even, like, I saw you playing on YouTube, and I was like, should I make a new character? And I'm just like, What are you guys up to?
Do you have all your stuff done? Have you prepped up for season 1?
I did all the Altars of Lilith.
Did you explore the whole map?
I think I did.
Because you also want to get that done too. Just go out, and make sure you got all the map explored. Like just do it all. Like there's no reason not to just get it all done now. Like even if you're missing just one or two little doojanks, like it's free renown and it'll make sure that all your characters when you load in will be the same. The same.
I think all my renowned is maxed. I don't know. Maybe I've done the map. I don't know. I'm not opposed to what you're saying. Just to be clear, I'm just like.
Oh, he's opposed, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't like his map discovered.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, of course.
Right on, man. Oh, I see. You're playing a rogue.
Oh yeah, this is my freezing arrows on.
So you've made.
Don't call her a rogue. She's a freezing arrows on.
You're freezing arrows on. You've made that character. You've made druid. I've seen you make a barb.
Oh, I've got 2 necros. I've got 2 rogues. I've got a barbarian. I've got the toxic claws druid. Like I've made tons of characters so far. Theory crafts are fun in this game.
You miss playing Diablo 2 at all?
I'd like to go back and do the next season, obviously, but I still haven't really fully explored this game yet. We're still in the honeymoon phase.
I need more time.
I got a kid here, so I don't have too much time.
The honeymoon phase. Sounds like you need a Steam Deck.
I need more time.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'm unemployed now, so I just lost my job last week. Yeah.
Well,
not ready yet.
I hope you get a new one soon. I've been
I
there.
appreciate it. I'll be able to get a job. It's my credentials and experience are stupid. I mean, I literally applied for jobs today, and I got like 4 phone calls and interviews. Not too much of concern. It's just I don't know if you've ever experienced this or not, but when you work for a really good company for a couple of years, and you make friends with everybody, and then you end up being let go, not for reasons for your performance, but rather the company just doesn't have enough business. It's a little, it's upsetting, you know what I mean, in a way. And I live next to you, dude. So, and I moved all the way from Arizona out here for this job.
Arizona.
So huh?
Arizona.
Yeah, man.
It's a long way away.
I know.
Well, I mean, housing market does what it wants to do.
Anyway, I got since I'm not working, I'm pretty much taking care of my son. Went at home, and because my wife works remote and she could work whatever hours she wants, so you know, with me not working, and she's picked up the slack, and I'm out here being mom dad, or what's it called? Stay at home dad.
Just dad. Just dad. Dads are dads, moms are
It's like,
moms.
I think it's funny that you brought up the Steam Deck. So I was using my iPad playing mobile games on my iPad while my son's watching Cocomelon.
My girlfriend just sent me
You know,
one of her mini little backpacks. She freaking collects the damn things.
backpacks.
Yeah, she collects backpacks. She just sent me one. Apparently they got a Loungefly Netflix Stranger Things Eddie tribute mini backpack with him with the guitar from Stranger Things.
He said it's a mini backpack, so it's like more like a purse kind of thing.
I mean, it's definitely a backpack, but yeah, it kind of, I guess, like in a way, it kind of seems more like a purse. It just looks like a backpack. It's just small. You wear it on your back. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Louis Vuitton and Gucci, they make like the same kind of style ones, but I mean, if she's getting Stranger Things, my wife loves Stranger Things, so.
Yeah, well, apparently it just went on sale at Loungefly.
So when she told you that, is she trying to basically say go buy it for me?
Oh, she wants it for sure. I know she does. She definitely does want it.
How much is it?
It's like $80.
That's on sale though.
I don't know. I doubt it. It's brand new, so a lot of the times with these little things, they're just rare. Come out once in a blue moon. She gets really upset if she can't get her hands on them.
I'm looking it up right now. Kind of curious to see what it looks like. You said $80. I mean, that's unless like prices for purses went up.
Yeah.
You said it's a mini backpack, right?
Mini. I think I'm lost damage since I put on my penitent greaves. I think I need to, I gotta get that shared misery on another item before I put the penitent greaves back on.
Dude, there is a bunch of them, and they are
Sparnsive?
$80. Yeah. Which one did she want? What did it have on it?
The Eddie one. That's
With the
one.
guitar?
Yeah, that's the guy who died in Stranger Things.
Yeah. Villain turned hero. Like looking to see what it's made out of and stuff.
My daughter made me one. So it's very good actually.
You remind me of when I was a kid. I wanted this Ninja Turtle backpack. Oh my god, I made such a big deal out of it. And no matter what I did, like, it was just so silly because I couldn't get it because I was a kid, but my mom was working like 3 jobs at the time and she didn't want to get it for me either. But apparently she like caved and she gave me $20 to go get it from Haynes. I remember it was at Haynes. And she trusted me to go get it. I don't know why the hell she trusted me to go get it. I really don't know. But I went in there and there was a claw machine at the front door. And I took that $20 bill and I changed it in for quarters and I spent all $20 on the frickin' claw machine. And then when I finally met back up with my mom, she's like, "Where's the backpack?" And I'm like, "Oh no." And she figured out real quick what I did. And I got a spanking. Man, she beat my butt.
Back then when they used to give spankings.
And then, you know what she did? She got me the backpack anyway.
Why, were you a crying little baby, or did she just feel bad from spanking you too hard?
No, she spanked me and then she handed it to me. She already had it.
What?
Yeah. And you know what the worst part was? It was a piece of crap. That thing broke in like 2 days. There was a hole in the bottom of it. Couldn't even hold my books. Like it was a piece of junk. It was a Ninja Turtles backpack, but it was a piece of junk Ninja Turtles backpack. And I always remember, like, not only did I get what I wanted and the claw machine, but got my butt beat, and then what I wanted wasn't even worth getting. What I complained and made a big deal about wasn't even worth getting.
How old were you at that time? How old did you say you were?
I don't remember.
Give a guess.
I don't know, maybe like 12.
Yeah. Like trying to remember like what stuff used to quality of stuff was made. You said, where did you say you were at though? Target, Walmart,
Haynes.
Haynes. I don't remember Haynes. I remember Mervin's. I don't remember Haynes.
I would, if I had to like rate what Haynes was, I would say it would probably be on par with like a Kmart.
Oh, Kmart. Huh. That's gotta be an East Coast thing. We didn't have that on the West.
Here in the West Coast.
No, not Kmart. Sorry, the Haynes.
Wait.
Haynes all the time.
I'm misremembering. Not Haynes. Sorry, Ames.
Yeah, I don't know names.
Ames.
That I don't know.
You mean neither?
Hey, I thought Ginger worked for a tidy waddy company.
Yep,
Yeah,
almost.
Me too.
Thought that's what we came back to.
Totally.
Ames department store.
I think we have both pieces. Are we ready to move on?
Yeah, this area is not discovered, and a lot of time you find elites and the butcher and stuff.
Ah, okay.
And events. This could be a cursed chest.
Bunch of roided out turtles. What?
Are you Gale in game there, Lily?
Yes.
Ah.
He's running that OP storm build.
Getting to 100 there. Very nice.
I started this as
kill it.
pulverize, and I didn't like the bear. I just didn't want to be a bear. So I played from level 50 to level 89 human tornado version. Till I found Temperance Roar. The game kept giving me bear stuff. It refused to give me any wolfies.
Yeah, it's done the same to me. I'm getting off the bear stuff, so I'm just embracing it at this point.
Yeah, Kubus alert.
So the patch notes for Season 1 are supposed to be released on the 18th at 6 o'clock, from what I've heard. Is that true?
9 p.m. Eastern?
Is it 9
6
p.m.
o'clock
not
what?
6 Eastern time?
Well, anything time that Blizzard gives you is going to be for Pacific Standard Time.
That sounds not like the normal time they release patch notes.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so hard on my comment. I'm just saying that's what I heard.
I'm
Do
just
you
saying.
guys know anything?
I'm
Not
just
yet.
saying that I've always, yeah.
Some event here too.
Like they usually release it. So they're Pacific Standard Time. They're in California,
Yeah.
and they generally release it like around like 10 to 11, like Pacific Standard Time, like which usually ends up being like much later in the rest of the world. But like that's generally what I've seen. Although maybe they're changing things up. I don't know.
Let me go ahead. I'm gonna jump on Reddit and see if I can find that article I was reading, just to confirm. But that's where I ended up finding my source at, and I was like, oh, it's kind of nice.
9 p.m.
6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock. Yeah,
That sounds really late.
very for the day.
I don't think I've ever seen them release patch notes that late in the day.
Any more time?
I just found the Blood Howl aspect last run. After all this time, I couldn't find it. 97 level.
Any more time? Such power.
Such power, she says.
She laughs mischievous.
Mm-hmm. As she laughs mischievously.
We got a
not
world
ready yet.
boss coming up in 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
25 minutes. 25
Give or
minutes to go.
24.
25 minutes. When I tell you, let you know.
I think it's Arvis.
Any more time?
What's going on here?
It turned us around.
Yeah, you noticed that, eh?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Fuse.
completely turned the map on us.
Any more time?
You noticed that, eh?
Yeah.
eh?
You like that Canadian accent?
Eh?
Sorry.
eh? Hey, your Canadian slipped out there.
Yeah, sure did.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Speaking of really strange accents, you guys know Stephen He, right?
Yup.
Did you guys know he's Irish? He's actually Irish. And he has an Irish accent. Saw a video today. Apparently there was like a video of him like talking to oh god, what's that other popular like influencer, the girl that does like the little hands and like pretends to be little kids and stuff sometimes. I can't even remember the name of her. Anyway, they were talking to each other, and he had a freaking like Irish accent, and she's like, "Why is your accent Irish?" And he's like, "Because I'm from Ireland." He's like, "I immigrated to America or whatever." He said when I was like 8 years old, so I maintained my Irish accent. Apparently, like he was told that it wasn't a good thing to have an accent, so he like tries to hide it. Kind of cracked me up.
Any more time?
I mean, if you've never seen Stephen He, he's obviously not. Like, if you to look at him, he's obviously not Irish. So it kind of comes off very strange.
Any more time?
That was a big spicy
wasn't-
doojank there.
If it wasn't for my unstoppable, I would have died. They span freaking cold.
Yeah, they do that.
They're mean.
My bags are full.
Constantly destroying my wolves.
I mean, at least they're not destroying your face.
True.
Right.
I couldn't find the 6. I don't know where I got 6 o'clock. Like went back to all those articles.
They probably like changed it after the fact. their source was proven to be incorrect.
I thank you.
Maybe. I kid you not, I'd say maybe 5 hours ago today. I read it and I was like, okay, that's nice. I said, I'll just watch Trailer Park Boys at home and chill out with my son. Until the
Wow.
This
20th.
must be the most
If-
anticipated patch note since the release of the game.
It's gonna be a letdown. I can already tell you.
What? Don't.
Yep.
No. I don't want to hear this negative talk.
It's not negative. This is just factual. They told us that the majority of the changes that we need, the changes that we want, like the resistances and stuff like that, it's not coming until season 2. So a lot of the stuff that people are going to be looking for in these patch notes is not going to be there. Like they've already told us it's not going to be there. Like we're not. You shouldn't
they set
shouldn't be disappointed. They set the expectations, but I guarantee people are still going to be disappointed.
Well, if I had put any expectations on it,
I have
think I
3
haven't watched-
gold enchanted elites here. They are tough, man. Oof.
I haven't watched any of the videos from.
It's
I've
more
been keeping
it's
up to
more or
date.
less like, what do you think is going to be in the patch? And
And that's what I was gonna get at.
if anything that you think that it's going to be in the patch is something that they've already told us is going to be delayed till season 2, then you're already going to be disappointed. Like, for instance, gems having their own inventory space, that's not going to come until, like, season 2, so... like, there's a bunch of things that they basically are like, yep, not coming till season 2, yep, not coming till season 2. Like, yeah, we can't do anything about that, not coming till season 2.
The quality of life stuff, I understand that. But what about just your typical season when you even think of any kind of Diablo game? So, like, items, new items, respecking skills,
It's already
more
kind of been
content.
announced, hasn't it?
more content. Well, that's what I was telling Ginger. Is I haven't been keeping up to date on any of this stuff, and I just came in here just to say hi, just talk to you guys, just kind of kill
That's
some
cool.
time here. You know what I mean?
Problem.
So,
Hello.
Yeah. No offense meant by our responses.
oh, you guys are cool. I mean, you guys are full of information. I just don't want to come off as like someone who's like, oh, like, don't you know this? And it's like, oh, well, I kind of don't right now. I'm basically taking care of my son. I don't have time to really kind of keep up to on it. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, oh, the 18th patch notes is going to come out. I'll kind of know what's going on.
Trust me, okay, just trust me. I'm gonna be there all day long looking for the patch notes. Like, I have a history of predicting the patch notes. I know when they're gonna come out. Now, sometimes, and it's been very rare, but sometimes in some very odd situations, the patch notes will come out later than 10 to 11 PDT, and it usually is when they coincide the patch notes with a what do you call it? Like a event. So like last time they did like a campfire chat or whatever, or they did like one of the little dev updates. And
yeah, I remember seeing that.
The dev update precluded the patch notes, and they were like, after the dev update, we're going to be sending out the patch. That was like one of the only times the patch notes hasn't come out like almost exactly on time. All the other times the patch notes have come out almost precisely on time, like at the correct moment.
If you want to get some information about what's going on, Ginger's video on Season 1 prep guide, Season of the Malignant would be a really good one for you to watch.
Oh yeah, I got a season like prep guide thing up, but I also have another one that just goes over all the season information. There's 2 of them up right now.
Oh, is there?
So like there's the prep guide is more of like just like prepping for like the next season. The Season of the Malignant video is going over all the information that we currently know about the Season of Malignant. But I'm assuming that we're going to get even more on tomorrow, so.
But that would be something you could catch up on to kind of get an idea of where we're at. We're fortunate enough that we're able to eat, sleep, devour all the Diablo news right now.
That's my job. That's my job, and I don't really like it.
That was the deadline was the 20th, and usually a lot of people like to do it by the deadline. And I finished it actually today. I don't want to be doing anything on the 20th. I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, like getting your statues, all of those before the start of the season.
No, I'm talking about work-wise.
Oh, work-wise. Oh, okay.
You mean like taking PTO? Before
Take
you take some time off? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't be able to start until 6 hours after launch because it's 10 a.m. in the morning on Thursday.
Okay, so I can switch those. That would work. That would work. Okay, so let's take this and throw this on here. And
Are
then
you
let's
guys
take
okay with
this
lightning storm?
on here?
Is that the one where you have to get to the bubble?
Why
Yeah.
wouldn't we? Oh, well, yeah, no, yeah, that one's awful.
It's a little challenging when we all get spread out.
And you guys said no drifting shade, drifting shade.
awful.
Blood blister.
Blood blisters, I'm fine.
Okay.
Run away from.
I just don't have sigil dust to craft any, and my ones are really horrible, all of them.
Why you have such horrible ones?
Keep dropping horrible
Why is your
ones.
quality so bad?
Like
Why
I
is it so
don't
bad?
mind
Why is it got such bad quality?
dealing drifting shades when I'm by
You about
myself.
to,
But you're right. When you are 4 people playing, they pop a lot.
A lot. We have 15 minutes until the world boss, by the way, so let's pay attention to that. I got messages all over the place. People looking to join the kinship. Oh, running a path ping.
I'm inside already.
Yeah, I'll be there in just a second. Drop off.
That's that's a terrible purse. It's awful looking. She's not a big purse person. I don't think she really likes purses at all, actually. So what do you guys think of the Discord redesign? You like all the changes? What's up, Last Bulbasaur? What's up, Derelict? What's up, Hanzo? I mean, just looking at the order of the way things are organized. Like it's basically just a change in how it's organized.
I mean, there's a lot. If you're asking me if it's simplistic, I would say yes. I mean, you could just go through it a lot, but I mean, there's a lot there. But that's my opinion. Sorry, I didn't interrupt whoever was going to talk.
Oh, we deleted a lot of stuff. So that was one of the things we did was we deleted a whole lot. Like there was a whole lot just got removed. Oh, come on.
What was that?
Explodes. One of this explosion thing. Like some of the spiders explode. Everything explodes in this game. Who am I kidding? Everything explodes.
Not wrong.
Even the explosions explode.
Yeah, even the explosions explode, and the monsters that explode, when they die, they explode again. And then again. And then again.
Oh, that's a blood blister.
I mean, if they over-deliver with this patch, then yeah, they're probably going to get some... win a victory. Sounds like Scotty from Star Trek. I can't kill these level 54 blisters.
I tried to.
Like you gotta watch out for them. I tried to kill them. I think I got one down, and like both of them ended up exploding anyway.
You cannot freeze them.
No, if you freeze them, they still explode anyway.
Up, down.
Frozen blisters still explode. Okay.
One thing I do not like about this game, when you see like the icon of somebody dead and you go there to res them, they are not there. And then you have to be looking for them.
No, just look for their ghost.
I think that's a glitch, so they need to fix.
Yes. Hopefully that's in the patch tomorrow.
We're not gonna have enough time to do this before the world boss.
All I care about with the season is changing skills, more content, and items. Items changed. That's all I'm asking for.
This
Give me that and I'm happy.
The new aspect that they add, it looks overpowered actually. Like level 2 getting almost gonna be running out of mana because of it.
I don't know about that. That one that shows up, you have to read it correctly. It says that it switches in between like 2 or 3 effects or something, and like it switches every 20 kills or something. So that resource regeneration that it's offering is not permanent. It's only like temporary during the duration of the switch or something like that. It's like a... Man, I cannot stay alive for 2 seconds in this dungeon.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this dungeon.
I
It's
know,
not the
I
blood
don't know.
blisters.
Gale even just died.
What faction are you guys fighting right now?
Skeletons, spiders, skeletons, and spiders.
Are you getting poisoned?
They all seem to have like cold on them.
No, honestly, it's really weird. I'm just dying to everything. Like, we did a dungeon earlier, and I was not dying to everything. And this one, I'm just dying to everything. Like, regular monsters are walking up and just being like, oh, hey, what's up? And then, of course, the blood blisters. These guys, these high levels over here, just ignore the blood blisters' existence until they kill all of us. I'm over here, like, struggling, like, firing every shot I have to kill, like, one blister, and there's, like, 10 of them.
I'm trying to just get out of this dungeon.
It ain't gonna happen if we're all dead.
Yep, 'cause I just
I'm getting
breathed the last
cranky.
one.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh dang! I somehow I paused my Twitch chat. I'm sorry about that, guys. Someone didn't read the sigil. Could you review my werebear build and give an honest opinion? Do you got a link or something for it? I mean, I'm not really big on the werebears yet. I haven't built my own werebear, so I might not be able to give you an honest opinion. If you hop in the Discord, though, we got a couple like werebear aficionados that could probably give you a better opinion than I can.
Why don't you just make a new character?
Good grief. I got
Just make a
blown
new
up.
character.
Oh,
Let's
look.
all make new characters.
Everybody's dying now.
What the
That's
heck?
tomorrow. The character's
You
tomorrow,
p-
man.
I didn't pick this.
It's the 20% damage just cold stacked on top of the blood blister.
No, it's something else.
Can you join our lobby? We coordinate everything through the Discord, so if you want to join or do anything, you gotta hop in the Discord. That's pretty much how it works. I would be sad if they added Enigma. Are you kidding me? Don't add Enigma. Give me a Breath of the Dying. I'll take that.
Yes.
Stragglers behind us.
That's why I'm up here.
I'm not ready yet.
Cody, quit rooting. Rootin', bootin', tootin', dog. Rootin' is tootin'
8 minutes.
Any more time.
You're gonna put the asparagus down. Garlic salt, pepper, olive oil.
Yeah, garlic, salt, pepper, olive oil. Come on, guys.
I'm not ready yet.
Haven't
make
you
it-
made asparagus, buddy?
You making some carbonara?
Don't you cook for your girlfriend sometimes?
Can we
Not a-
run to the world
Not
boss?
asparagus.
You still got 8 minutes.
Think we healthy in this household?
No, man. You can make some fire asparagus, dude. Like I'm telling you, I could give you some asparagus that you.
Is it green? Because I don't eat green stuff, you know.
No.
It's funny. I remember. I really like broccoli, so I like regular broccoli, like uncooked, and
Uncooked broccoli.
Yes, it's my favorite.
delicious.
It's my favorite.
Might as
It's
well go to a
absolutely
tree and
delicious.
start eating off a tree.
And it's delicious. And you know what? You know what's I found out. And this is the very sad part. Is that I like broccoli, and I was proud of myself because I actually liked something that's supposedly good for you, right? Broccoli's not good for you if you don't cook it.
Yep. What?
Did you know that?
No,
It-
I did not know that.
Yeah, makes you very sad, doesn't it? Especially when you like broccoli when it's uncooked. I don't like broccoli when it's cooked. I think it's nasty.
Broccoli is
Yeah, if it's-
disgusting.
If it's cooked to like sogginess, totally agree. If it's like just heated up a little bit, still got some crunch to it.
Yeah, it's got to have the crunch. It's got to have the crunch. Crunch is the most important thing. Without the crunch, you got nothing. Without the crunch, you got nothing.
A good idea is if you want that kind of crunch with the broccoli, you can like dice it to where it's like thin, like sheets. You take those, place them on a sheet pan, put some garlic salt and some olive oil, cook in the oven for at 350 for probably like 15 minutes.
So many blisters.
And then you set the oven to broil, like on high. That way it gets it. So you get it. So, you know what I mean? So it gets it cooked, and then you get the broil, and it makes it charry and crunchy. So
broccoli chips.
yeah, kind of like that. The best way I can describe it, and I'm sure. So, Ginger, you know where Reston Town Center is, right?
I don't. Maybe.
Okay, whatever, fine. Anyway, Reston Town Center, they got that place called. Hold on, honey. What's that place we go to that had like the awesome Brussels sprouts?
Oh man,
really good over there. No, the place you go. We used to when we first came here to Virginia. They had like good oysters, and you know.
Man, this dungeon is evil. This is straight up evil.
Over at Reston Town Center. We used to go all the time.
Done, fully.
Are we?
I do not know what is
Are
it
we?
about it,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there is no affixes that's. I think it just the mobs are spawning with very nasty.
They have 30%
Monster
more
hull
life
damage,
barrier.
monster barriers, slowing projectiles, blood blisters. That's the whole thing right there.
So Ginger, the place is called Maker's Union. I don't know if you've been there before or not.
No, I've never heard of it.
It's good, dude. It's really good. They make these Brussels sprouts. They make it just like that, and that's how I started doing the same thing to asparagus and stuff. And I haven't looked back. Tastes great. But are you a fan of oysters or like chicken?
Not a
and
big
waffles?
seafood person. Never been a big seafood person.
Get out of here.
What about like chicken and waffles or more like I would say it's like comfort food, but you don't feel like shit afterwards. Pardon my French.
Honestly,
Strange.
when it comes to seafood, it's not even just the fact that I don't like it. I avoid it in general because it causes gout.
Well, they just have oysters. I mean, I don't think they have anything else that's like really seafood besides like calamari or something like that. They're
shellfish in particular is the worst.
Shellfish is amazing.
No, for gout.
For gout.
I mean, if you're eating it consistently, I mean, you'd have to have two things. One, you'd have to be either getting a great
any
base
source
price.
that comes from animal protein
No,
can increase your gout.
It doesn't really work that way. I've had gout my whole life, and my dad has too. I think that's honestly a myth.
Tell it to me for world boss.
It seems to be more focused around sugar. So sugar seems to be more the actual cause, and like having a rich diet in general can cause it, but like it seems to be more related to like sugar content, like potatoes, like things like that. I've kind of figured it out. I was actually just talking to my girlfriend earlier today, and I was like, I haven't had a gout attack in like a year, like almost I think it's almost been a full year since I had my last big gout attack.
Knock on wood, brother.
I did. I actually did knock on wood when I said it too, and like it's weird. Like a lot of the food stuff, like people have all these things where it's like if you eat this, like it's gonna cause this. Like only if you eat it in excess, but that doesn't apply to me. Like I'm special. I'm not trying to say
your
that
genetics. Genetics are different.
Gout
genetics.
has
It's genetics. I have a predisposition to it.
Yes,
so
of course
because
genetics.
I have a predisposition to it, I'm more sensitive to specific things that cause it. And like I've started to figure it out. Like it's slowly but surely like I start to avoid those things. And believe it or not, potato chips is actually a really big one. Sugar in general, like high amounts of sugar causes it. Like if
your body needs sugar to survive. Do you mean like processed sugar then?
It's kind of hard to explain, but like if I were to sit here and just eat like a whole bunch of candy, like I'd probably have a gout attack the next day.
Yeah, but the candy is
but you know what you are saying, like scientifically is impossible, right?
It's not impossible.
What do you mean?
Yes, because one second, like gout has nothing to do with carbohydrates. So you're telling me
No, he's saying
carbohydrate?
sugars. Carbohydrates can get turned sugar is also a carbohydrate. I'm not disagreeing that, but the way that sugar is made now, with GMOs and how a lot of this stuff is processed, can cause adverse effects. I mean, if you look at how sugar is processed, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying when you say it's not likely to happen. And for all we know, it's like Ginger's saying, is genetics play a huge role in the fact that he's susceptible to it. And you're probably right. Maybe he, for whatever reason, Ginger, because he goes in every day and he's saying, oh, well, I'm not touching sugar. But at that same time, just taking sugar completely out of your diet and having just like a good source of carbohydrates being from like grains or like potatoes or stuff like that.
Okay,
Cherries.
so I actually have scientific evidence for this. I'm not just like pulling out of my butt. So first
yes,
off,
you are.
One of the medicines that you take when you have gout is very simple. It's called I'm trying to remember the name of it. I know Colcrese, and then the other one is why can I not remember the scientific name of it all of a sudden? It's Colcrese and gosh, dang it. The other one, I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. I'm sure it will come to me. Anyway, it's an inhibitor that actually reduces your sugar in your bloodstream. I've actually looked up what it does and how it actually works, right? So I was like, well, if this is managing your gout by reducing the sugar in your bloodstream, then sugar must have something to do with it. So I started researching it, and right here we have an article that literally says studies have shown that reducing your daily intake of carbohydrates, sugars, and starches to 100 to 125 grams a day will lead to a consistent and steady reduction in blood sugar, cholesterol, triglycerides, and blood pressure, and uric acid levels in the vast majority of individuals. Basically, reducing your sugar actually does reduce your uric acid levels, and consuming too much sugar causes it to spike. And the spike is what causes the gout attacks. So all I did was I reduced my sugar intake, and literally by reducing my sugar intake, I no longer get gout attacks. The uric acid, like reducers and medicines that they give you, not Colcrese, but the other one, which I can't remember the name of all of a sudden, all it really does is it causes your blood sugar to be lowered. I figured this out because my father takes it all the time, and he would get these horrible shakes. And he went to the doctor, and they basically told him that he had low blood sugar. And I'm like, well, how the hell does he have low blood sugar? And sure enough, we looked up the side effects of alpurinol, which is the medicine. Thank you, HG. And one of the side effects of alpurinol is low blood sugar. And it turns out that the low blood sugar is actually one of the direct things that actually causes the gout attacks to not happen. So taking the alpurinol on a regular basis lowers the blood sugar in your body, which then therefore also prevents the gout attacks. So just simply not consuming large amounts of sugar on a regular basis does basically the same thing, lowering the sugar in your blood, and also prevents the gout attacks. It's science. It's literally in the alpurinol medicine. And I figure if the alpurinol is doing it scientifically, I can do it naturally as well, so I just avoid sugar most of the time.
I mean, did your dad not talk to the doctor and say, hey, you're getting prescribed this medication, it reduces your sugar levels, and thus you could go, what's the word I'm looking for?
Hypoglycemic.
Yes, thank you. You go hypoglycemic. I mean, that's usually and even the pharmacy is, before they give you that drug, they're supposed to consult you and tell you these things, because you go hypoglycemic, I mean, you could pass out, I mean, die potentially if you don't have enough sugar.
Reducing sugar is not eliminating sugar either. So
well, hold on, and this is something that you got to think about. If you're taking sugar out of your diet, right, and you're not eating as many carbs because the doctor said, hey, you got to limit sugar, and then you take a medication that also inhibits your body from taking in sugar, your sugar's not going to your brain, you go hypoglycemic, and then you pass out and you can die.
Java's bone fragment.
When you say sugar, just 1 second. When you say sugar, do you mean like sweeteners and stuff, or you mean sugar as anything that raises your glucose level?
Your blood sugar levels, yes. Pretty much anything that raises your blood sugar levels will cause an effect.
Well, that's carbohydrates in general.
Use this item to add new cosmetic look to your mounts. Oh, that's kind of cool. A Shava's bone fragment.
Yeah, you can carry it on the side of your
But one of the things that you will learn when you have gout, if you ever get gout, and I don't curse it on anyone because it's terrible.
You do
But
everything to not
you
get it.
become a scientist. Like you learn, you literally
It's
test
painful
things.
disease. It's a
You
very
talk to
painful
people.
disease.
Like you go to your grandfather and you're like how did you deal with it? And they're like it's this. My grandfather, my great grandfather, he also had it. My father had it. My grandfather had it. My great grandfather had it. My dad said he went to his great grandfather and he talked to his great grandfather about it, and he asked him about it, and he told him all sorts of things about what he was doing to try and kill it, get rid of it. And my great grandfather called it the silent killer in the night. And that sent me on a journey, which actually led me to a very interesting revelation, which is the reason why it triggers in the middle of the night is because you're colder in the middle of the night. So your body temperature actually sort of drops in the middle of the night. Your extremities lose their temperature and things like this. Uric acid actually doesn't form, and I found this out, uric acid doesn't form into crystals unless it's at a lower temperature. 98.6 is not cold enough for the uric acid to form into crystals. It has to go lower than that. So during the nighttime, when you're sleeping and your extremities, your hands, your feet, and things like that start to go down in temperature because your heart rate slows and your blood flow slows because you're in a state of rest, the uric acid gets cold enough, lower than your average body temperature, to start forming crystals. So one of the things that I started doing, anytime I had a gout attack, I would get a heated blanket, and I would sleep with the heated blanket. And I didn't care if I sweated to death, because when I woke up in the morning, I wouldn't have a gout attack. And it was actually pretty amazing. And if I did have a gout attack, you know what I would do? Run a really nice hot bath. I would go sit in the hot bath, and I would soak in there. And the crystals would actually dissolve, and I would lose the gout attack. It was actually quite interesting to figure that out, because it was literally an advice from my great-grandfather that triggered the entire investigation to figure out why was it a silent killer in the night? Why did it come and attack you only in the nighttime, and then when you woke up, you were like an old man that couldn't get out of bed? And sure enough, I found articles from Harvard and things like that that pretty much stated that uric acid only formed at lower temperatures, and during the nighttime, your body temperature dropped, and that's when the crystals would form. And so then when you would wake up with the attack. And just literally, you become a scientist, like straight up a scientist, trying to solve all the mysteries of the universe just to not have another gout attack, because it's so painful. It really is just horrible.
Yeah, I the only thing I
have to go
thought you could get gout with was from eating like intestines and stuff. Because I watched King of the Hill, and Bobby got gout. He's just like, no, I gotta come over here and eat this lower intestines and liver and all this crap. Yeah, and he got gout. So that's how I thought you got gout. I mean, typically that's what a lot of people say. They say stop eating.
That's what triggers an attack. Like, let's say you do have gout and you go on like a cruise and you eat a bunch of seafood and drink some beers and stuff, you're gonna probably get an attack.
Well, there's tons of factors. There's genetic factors, which I already have, so that's one I can't control. Overweight makes it worse, so that's another factor that can literally compound it. Drinking alcohol impairs liver function, which also in fact impairs the body's ability to get rid of the uric acid. Yeah. So if you drink alcohol a lot, you can end up with gout attacks even if you don't have a genetic defect. Seafood and foods in particular can cause it, like sugars and meats and things like that can actually cause it, but it's not generally any of those things individually that ever causes a gout attack. You would have to really imbibe. Like if you don't have a pre-genetic disposition, you would have to like just for weeks on end just eat nothing but seafood to get a gout attack, and also drink alcohol probably too. It doesn't just happen. Like it's usually multiple factors that come into play, and then once the multiple factors hit you, that's when things go really bad. Predisposition is terrible though. It's a genetic defect, I think, in the liver, which means that the liver has trouble processing uric acid. So we're already at a disadvantage in this war of uric acid.
I'd say genetics, yeah, definitely a big part of it. But I think like a good portion of people who have gout tend to be overweight, though, right?
I mean, my dad was overweight. I mean, surely, but like his father wasn't, and his grandfather before him wasn't, and I'm not. I'm actually pretty well sized for my height. 6'3", about 230, which isn't too bad.
That's overweight.
6'3".
Yeah.
Sounds like
You'd be I mean, like a good weight would probably be like 200. My brother's 6'3".
I don't know. It
I'm
depends on the
6'2" and I'm
frame.
180.
Huh?
It depends on the frame. I have a very large body frame. My whole family has very large body frames, very wide shoulders, very broad. Very it's kind of hard to explain. Like if you ever see me in person, I look like a giant Viking warrior from like the frickin' past.
What's your
I'm not
BMI?
fat, I'm just big boned.
What's your BMI?
I don't know, PC Bullets. Why are you like investigating how big I am? Do you want to come over and weigh me and like check my BMI? Like I'm telling you that I'm not fat, and you're over here telling me that I'm fat. Like what is even going on right now?
I didn't say
you
you're
literally
fat.
just said I was overweight. You literally just said I was overweight.
Overweight and fat are two different categories, and everyone knows. Well, I would say most people would understand that. A good example would be like.
I don't think most people do. Like,
Well,
I really don't.
Because muscle. Well, you could put on a lot of muscle, right? And and that in itself, right, would cause you to weigh more. But if you said, well, hey, PC, it's so because my body fat is low, but I do weigh X amount, is that still overweight? I'd say, yeah, of course it's still overweight. And by that context, it's, well, what does overweight mean to you? Overweight is the weight that is a percentage, right, or amount that can negatively impact your health, because the more that you weigh per your height, right, and your BMI, right, causes your organs to work harder in order to operate. You know what I mean? The muscles need nutrients. So your body's got to work harder to process it. I'm not calling, dude. Be clear. I carry two birds. I'm trying to use non-cuss words here. 2 birds of how much you weigh or fat or anything like that. I mean, I could care less. It's not going to affect my life. You know what I mean? So don't take it personally.
I literally just told you I avoid all sugars in my diet. Like there is actually a point at which like I don't think anybody is losing any weight past a certain point. Like you don't even understand. Like gout has driven me to a point where literally I avoid just about anything that causes gout. What I eat on a regular basis is basically nothing by comparison to probably what most people eat. So like even just the idea that I'm overweight is honestly insulting. Like because if you literally spend every ounce of your effort on avoiding things that can make you overweight to the point where literally you're like, and in my particular case, avoiding gout. But in the same time, as I'm avoiding gout, I'm also avoiding all of these things that can make me overweight at the same time, because I know for a fact that they will cause the gout. Like I'm not getting any skinnier. Like, so there's no such thing as overweight for me. Like, I'm already, like, on a permanent diet to avoid gout, so there is no skinnier. So I cannot be overweight if there is no skinnier than what I currently am, literally avoiding everything that I would normally eat. Like, all the candy, all the sugar, the ice cream, and the frickin' pops, all of it. I even avoid bread and carbohydrates for the most part, because I know for a fact that they will cause gout. Like, it's that bad.
I mean, that's fantastic. You're taking those steps to, you know, give yourself a healthier lifestyle, and I think it's great you're taking accountability in that sense.
And here comes the butt.
Well, I'm curious because you're saying you watch your food and stuff. What's your caloric intake?
Basically nothing. I eat mainly proteins because I know for a fact that proteins won't cause the gout.
That's cool. I'm guessing you don't know the number.
Like, for instance, see this liquid death drink that I have in my hand? It has a whole 4 calories in the entire can.
No, that's awesome. I'm just curious. Have you ever done like an accountability of how many calories you take in a day, or how many carbs you take in a day, or fat? Well, see, coming from a line of industry that I used to work in, I mean, I knew Lou Ferrigno, and I worked. I mean, I had a girlfriend of mine, her dad used to buy and sell old gym equipment and multimillionaire. And I got in the whole scene myself, and I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I would say an exponential
I'm not ready yet.
sorry, that's wrong word. I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to how that system works, and 9 times out of 10, every single person I've talked to, they say, "Oh, you know, I haven't, you know, trying to get to this point. This is how my body is." I always ask them, you know, do you know how many calories you're taking in a day? Do you do a food diary? The carbohydrates you do take, are you checking the glycemic index to make sure that they're low on the glycemic index so you don't have insulin spikes, so that way your body doesn't retain as much fat? There's a lot of science to it, you know, and I'm sure from what you've read in your studies for, you know, for gout with, you know, Harvard and stuff like that, I'm sure you've read a little bit about this yourself. And like I said, this is not to demonize or to insult you or say
Nobody can do all that. I'm sorry, PC Bullets, but nobody.
What do you mean?
Do all
No
that.
one.
Nobody's doing all that. Nobody.
Hey,
What do you mean? That's ridiculous. Of course people do it.
That's like that basically becomes your
Other
entire.
clients do it plenty of
That
times.
basically becomes your entire life. Like
I have a thought right here.
No,
He didn't
don't.
ask you. How about that?
What's that?
He didn't ask you. You said
Ask me
people
what?
ask you, like how to do this and how to do that about their diet and all that. How about he didn't ask you?
I'm confused as to what you're trying to get at.
I guess what he's trying to get at is you're just going way too far. You're taking you're riding an express train into a place that nobody asked you to go. Like,
I mean, if you
it's
don't
not
wanna
even.
talk
It wasn't
about
even
not
part
a
of the
big deal.
conversation. Like, we weren't even talking about that. We were talking about gout, and you changed the entire subject into something completely different.
Well, diet and gout are coincide within each other, so
Yes, but I'm dieting to prevent gout. I'm not dieting to diet.
yeah. But being overweight, right, is a big contributor to what causes gout. And you told me, well, like I weigh this much, and I asked you what your BMI was.
I also
you
told you I
didn't know
haven't
what
had a
it
gout
was.
attack in an entire year.
No, that's awesome. I'm not.
That's awesome, but everything that comes out of your mouth is that awesome's butt. Just stop. Like, just stop. Every single time somebody says something, there's always a but.
Yeah, because the information is part of what I was talking about.
But we weren't talking about that
Taking as an
information.
input.
The interesting thing here is that we're talking about one subject and you brought up another, right? And then you bring up another, and then you bring up another subject, and then you bring up another subject, and you're always trying to add in a little bit more information about the next subject that you added in that we weren't even talking about to begin with, and then we end up so far off of what we're actually talking about that it's just absolutely silly.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you because
There goes the butt again.
which is related to gout. Of course, I'm going to say butt. That's the whole that's a whole conversation. You're saying that I'm talking about multiple things. You're saying you're talking about gout, and I'm talking about how diet's related to gout. And you said, yeah, I haven't. And I don't understand. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to communicate to me, which could
I
be a
wasn't trying to
simple
communicate to you at all, to be honest. I think that's part of the big issue here, is that, like, I'm sort of talking about something, and then you try to talk about something, and you take the conversation, like, 10 miles past where we're actually going. At this particular point, we're so far past where, like, we started, it's silly. Like, we took an express train to Japan at this point.
I need more time.
I don't see how that...
Like, the conversation started with just simply sugars can accelerate gout attacks. And suddenly I'm fat. You don't see how that, like, really kind of, like, goes way too far other than what we're talking about?
I'll say this one more time. I am not calling you fat. I'm not insulting you. I'm simply saying that per that height and that weight, if you look it up in any kind of doctor or nutritionist that is considered overweight, I'm not saying fat. I know plenty of bodybuilders who are overweight, but they have a 5% body fat. Does not make you overweight. And I think personally, ever since I said that,
I'm not ready yet.
It's so nice and quiet now.
That wasn't me.
It is so
I
nice and
wanted
quiet
to.
now.
I'm not ready yet.
I tried.
I need more time.
I tried as well.
I tried to do it bluntly.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I just moved him down to the other chat. He'll figure it out eventually.
Oh, I figured it was Wolfie.
It's just too much. Like, I just don't understand. Like, so much talking. When we were on ladder season start, and like we had like 30 plus people in the same chat, it didn't feel as overwhelming as that.
Yeah, it was still pretty
I'm not ready yet.
Like it just was so overwhelming. Like it was just every single time there was an opening, there was like an explanation for something. Like there was no silence ever.
But
half the time I wasn't even talking.
I need more time.
I don't think he knows that you moved him yet.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. He's probably still talking. Not that any of us could really get a word in edgewise, which is part of the issue. Well, apparently I'm overweight, so don't worry about it, guys.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, that's kinder than some people tell me. Some people on YouTube tell me I'm a 400-pound incel. I'm not even sure where that came from, but
I need more time.
it always makes me laugh to hear it because I know I'm not fat.
Maybe it's because they're comparing your size to
I need
chinchillas.
more time.
I really don't know, to be honest.
That's what it is. You always got them chinchillas with you, so you look like a giant.
Oh, PC Bullets run away because the conversation got crazy.
No, I moved him down because I was tired of
Just
hearing
wouldn't
the.
stop. Yeah, I was like, we need to move on.
Like we should have moved on a long time ago.
Absolutely.
I think I lagged out.
I was gonna be rude. I just logged into the chat like a minute ago, halfway through his rant.
Couldn't even say hi.
I was gonna be the rude one. I didn't have a chance to say hi.
Decent value.
I thought I was kind of rude.
No, you were very polite, actually.
I mean, I politely kind of said shut up.
I would have told him to just straight up shut up, but I didn't have a chance. And
Yeah, I blacked
honestly,
out.
it's not my place, but that's my opinion on it. I would have told him to shut up.
One of those read the room situations.
Oh, on a side note, is there any room in anybody's dungeons that doing like
Yes,
high
we have room
40s?
for like level 70, but not 40s.
Well, thank you, Zach. I'm glad I got a new nickname, Tubby Big Boy. All right. I like Tubby Big Boy. I like Tubby Big Boy.
Yeah,
Speaking
I'll take it.
Speaking of Tubby Big Boy, I'm gonna go get something to eat. So
Tubby
you can have
Big
my
Boy.
spot.
He's level 40 something, he said.
People call me fat all the time.
Although I guess he's good to 50 to run with us.
Alright. I'll be back here in a little bit.
Yeah, I'll still
No.
get experience.
But you guys,
I just,
you guys see me drinking out of this thing all the time. My big old jug. This is literally water. That's all I ever have in here is water. If I start drinking soda, I get gout attacks. So I just drink water. That's it. That's my whole life.
Water,
Water.
you're the god.
well, if you got room, Wolfie, can you invite me? I'm gonna put an
Yeah,
X
shoot
in
an
the
X
chat.
in the chat. I'll send you an invite. And run around
X
with me
in
and
the chat.
Frostbite.
It's kind of a
All
pain
our
in the
big
butt.
friends left us.
Let me put it on the occultist. Maybe it'll show me more accurately. Converting from the 1.5 to the others is a little annoying. So 28 times 2 is 56. Mine is currently 56, so it's identical to the one I currently have. I guess I'll hang on to it just in case I find a better bow. What's up, Ninja Ranger?
I'll
So
just
time
help
for maybe
kill all
one
the
or two
things.
dungeons. Oh, geez, I thought you said you were like level 40 something.
No, no. I'm doing level 40s. 48s.
Oh, tier 40. See, that tier thing always gets me every time.
Yeah. It's all good. More than happy to help out.
Thing. Well, if you want to just pick a nightmare dungeon button, I'm sure we
No,
will tag along at whatever
I'm
you
not
can
allowed to
comfortably
pick.
do. So
All
if
right.
you're good with 40s and 50s, I'll go pick one.
Let me see what I got.
I don't mind picking. I don't know. Is that level 40 and 50 while you're carrying 4 people or 3 people, or is that
Probably like
40s
a.
and 50s on your own?
I was doing 48s on my own, so probably a little bit lower.
Yeah, so
See
if
what
we
I
do
can
like
make.
a 40 some 4, 5. Start with like a 40.
Sure, that works.
Alright, well I got a 39 poisonous evade, which is for us. Let me just link it rather than talk. Volcanic. I don't know if I like volcanic. I don't think this is at all terrible.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't like that one. I got rid of it.
The flame, Gouts of flame, Gouts
Yeah, I
and
got rid of
Gouts
that
of
one. I crushed it.
flame. Gouts of flame and Gouts of flame and Gouts of flame.
This is your.
Gout was a gift of God, so you don't eat yourself into a coma. I mean, I never really had that issue in the first place, but I mean, it's
I
nice
think
that.
the only ones I.
But it's honestly,
Sorry.
you know, it helps me be more healthy. I guess you could say that much. I kind of always have drunk just water my entire life, though. I kind of always have avoided sweets. Like, it really took very minimal change for me to avoid gout attacks as well. I'm hoping it doesn't get worse as I progress throughout life, though.
Are you dealing lightning damage?
Me,
No.
I'm no.
Either of you?
No.
No? Okay. Drifting Shade. We like Drifting Shade, right?
Yeah, the only ones that I like avoid are suppressor and resource burn and poison enchanted.
I hate how
Those
I
are the
don't get a
only
sigil I
three.
like. Bonkers.
Ryujin said he'll buy me a bottle of whiskey.
You don't drink.
I know. A lot of people don't know that. They don't know that I don't drink. And that also has to do with gout, by the way. Just a whole nother facet of the same conversation.
I was gonna say.
That also causes the same exact problems. And so then I just avoid that because that also gives me gout.
Monster Shadow, Monster
I tell you what,
Lifesteal.
though, you know what I do like, and it's one of my own guilty pleasures. And I don't think it actually causes gout either. Cheesecake. That's what I really like.
Love cheesecake. It's so good.
A really good New York cheesecake. Yeah, I don't get them very often. It's a you know, like, it's a treat.
It's a treat.
Maybe like once every like 3 or 4 months or something like that. I'll get like a big cheesecake and I'll grab a couple slices here and there. Usually my girlfriend ends up eating most of it for me, but absolutely love cheesecake.
Why can I just not get a good sigil?
It's just too expensive. Like, even if you like it, it's like you go to the store and it's like $20 for a freaking cheesecake.
Yep. We got a nice little dessert shop around the corner.
Do
It's
golden
also by the
materials
slice, but
pass
it's
into
still
this?
$8.
No, golden materials do not pass into the seasonal realm. The only thing that's going to follow you into the seasonal realm is your progress on the map, your Lilith statues. That's it. Everything else is gonna fade away.
Wow, just terrible. Every sigil's had like stupid ass fixes on.
Yeah, I'm
Like
only getting really, really high ones.
30 or 40 of them. They're all like monsters take 40% less damage. Monsters take 60% less damage. It's like, and what character are you? You're gonna be like melee classing, right? You're gonna be up in their face.
No, I'm a bone spear necro.
Okay,
So
so you're gonna be okay. So distance, fine. Okay.
literally anything that's not those three that I listed. Not
No.
poison enchant, not suppressor, and not resource burn. I can deal with all of them. I don't like cold enchant, but I can make it through it.
Well, how do we feel about this one? Onyx Hold isn't a bad place to go, but I'm not fond of the idea of the Death Pulse unless you're gonna murder everything fast.
Yeah, it's fine. Go for that.
Alright. The best of the worst. I use best loosely.
These are my snacks, by the way. Literally that I have on hand, like pretty much all the time. I have keto bars. These are right here that basically have no sugar in them whatsoever. What is the sugar per bar? I don't even know. It's like nothing. I know that much. And the reason why I actually started doing keto is because one of the guys at work who is he is a older gentleman in his like 50s, and he's had gout his entire life. And he said once he got on the keto diet that his gout pretty much disappeared entirely, right? And I think cheesecake is keto too. But this has like 3 net carbs. This is a Monk Pack keto bar. This is one of the things you see me munching on all the time. And these are also keto bars. This is a ratio keto bar that I eat on a regular basis. And then I usually do like hard-boiled eggs and beef jerky and things like that that are mainly protein, like because they keep you full for longer. And then you don't have all the munchies, which is part of the issue too, the munchies. I think we all know the munchies.
We sure do.
It's just in general, protein tends to prevent the munchies. That's kind of how it works. So when you eat protein more than anything else, you just kind of prevent the munchies and keep yourself from snacking on tons of stuff that you shouldn't be snacking on in the first place.
I need more time.
I see your Pokemon videos are out.
Yes, I put them out.
Watch those tomorrow.
Can't so Cliff Bars and things like that. That's a big no for gout. Like big no. They're full of soy, and soy is a really big gout creator. I don't know why soy is so bad, but it's terrible. Soy in particular is absolutely awful. And like 90% of those protein bars and things like that that are on the shelf that's the main ingredient is soy or soy lectin or soy protein or whatever. Like it's really bad for you. Like it'll cause a gout attack faster than you make your head spin.
And they gravitate to those types of protein because then they're vegan.
Well, try to actually find one that doesn't have soy in it. It's very difficult. These ratio keto bars that I have, these do not have soy in them, and neither do the Monk Pack keto bars. It took me a long time to find those bars that it weren't soy, because they all have soy.
I need more time.
Cheap protein. Then it's, as I said, dual purpose.
Also, those just have like, most of those just have so many calories in them though that it's just like you're basically just eating like a full meal. You're just eating like a full meal right there. Like it's just here, have one bar. Well, yeah, that's like your 4-course meal right there. No, I think eating healthy, especially as a YouTuber, because I sit down all day, is very important.
I missed one.
I need more
Are you
Yeah, I
gonna
got
not let
it.
me go through?
I got him.
Cool.
Took a bit.
We're not gonna let one monster hold you up in a dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
One monster remaining.
Honestly, salt's not bad for you, Fodor. If you look up studies on it, like, it's been disproven that whole salt thing is a myth that was created in, like, freaking, like, 1890 in France based on, like, no evidence whatsoever. And all of the studies disprove it, but nobody really cares. They just still think salt's the devil.
There was literally everything in moderation.
Well, there was actually a study. This was in Europe. And the study had 3 different groups. It had a low salt group, a medium salt group, and a high salt group. And the 3 groups were literally all predisposition for heart conditions. All of them. So they all had some sort of heart condition problem. And they wanted to test and see which ones died first. That's what the test was. Death. And the high salt group had the lowest mortality rate out of all 3 groups. The medium salt group had the second lowest mortality rate out of all 3 groups. You know which group was the highest mortality rate with the most deaths? It was the low salt group.
I'm not ready yet.
Now, I'm not saying just take a bottle of salt and just eat it. Like, just dump it in your mouth. Like, no, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that the study practically proved that lowering your salt intake actually hastens your death. Like, if you have some sort of precondition and you lower your salt intake, it actually makes things worse, not better. And the study is online. You can look it up. I mean, I can even find it for you if you really want. But, you know, don't take my word for it. Absolutely don't take my word for it, because that's libel, and I'll get sued in court. Go look up the study and read the study.
This is not medical advice.
Yeah, this is not medical advice.
My own opinion.
Go look up the study and read the study. That's all I'm telling you to do. Like, if you really think salt's that bad for you, go look up that study and actually read it, and your eyes might be opened. Like on Star Trek, his eyes unfurled. Darmok and Shanad on Tanagra.
What an episode.
That was a really good one.
I'm not ready yet.
Simba, his arms wide.
I'm not ready yet.
I see everybody's seen that episode.
Of course.
Well,
have you seen the ones that were on the lower decks, Star Trek?
I secretly, like, straight up hate that episode. Like, I like it, but I also hate it. Because the captain dies, and I feel like the captain shouldn't have died. Like, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but I feel like Captain Picard was smarter than that. And I feel like somewhere in the episode, like, it was basically just written in, of course, that the captain died. But in another episode of Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, Tuvok writes a story, and within the story, he has this line to say. He says that all characters must inexorably flow from their characteristics. So the characteristics of the character determine the actions of the character. And I felt like that episode was wrong, because I felt like Picard was smarter than that. I felt like Picard would not have let that happen. And I don't know what it was, but it just felt very not Captain Picard. Like, him letting that guy die was, like, not within his character. Like, he would have saved him. Like, he would have found a way. He would have figured it out quicker. Like, something would have happened. Like, I feel like they wrote outside of Picard's character. Like, I guess if that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't seem legitimate. A legitimate death. Overall, though, the episode was really good. I just really didn't like how they portrayed Picard's character during that. I also felt like Picard was an idiot. Like, they made Picard into an idiot for, like, a large portion of the episode. Like, I just can't understand. You're speaking French. Aren't you French, Picard? Isn't that Jean-Luc? Isn't Jean-Luc French? Yeah, I guess. You're right, actually. I can speak French. Other than that, though, I think it was an A-tier episode. But I just you know, Picard. I feel like Picard would have done better.
Welcome to Captain Wrongway's adventures. If you'd like to continue.
And I think they, well, I think they tried to like cover it up a little bit because Riker kind of teleports him out at just at the crucial moment or whatever. But then it comes back again to I feel like Riker would have known better. Like I feel like that they also wrote outside of Riker's character there too. Both Picard and Riker didn't act very much like themselves during that episode. They were kind of making weird choices and not really quite understanding what was going on. Which was sad.
816 shield.
Town lag is terrible.
You just referenced the episode the other day. It's a great episode.
Precious stones, beautifully cut.
Can we have the patch notes already, please? I know it's tomorrow, but can we have them now?
No. But you gotta keep asking every 5 minutes, otherwise we're not gonna give it to you.
If you're a Blizzard employee, you might be able to.
You'll be like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Hey, are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
I feel like you just need to put on your stream big bold text. The patch notes are not out yet.
I'm gonna make up my own fake patch notes and just start reading those off. I get like thousands of views. My fake patch notes will probably be better than the real ones anyway.
Hilarious.
I mean, could you imagine if I just sat here and I just wrote up like my own patch notes and just put them in? You know, like fixed an issue where stash space was too limited, added 4 additional stash slots and 1 personal stash spot. Like fixed an issue where items were too high level, reduced the item level requirement of those items to level 45 for sacred items, 60 for ancestrals. You know, like fixed an issue where and like my patch notes would probably be amazing and people would be like, oh man, I wish these were the real patch notes.
Don't call it fake patch notes. Go, what I want patch notes. Patch notes should contain.
I can put like little fake developer notes down there too. Be like, they just do stupid stuff like, and we developers felt that you know, you really just didn't have enough stash space, so we decided to add an additional personal stash tab for every character, and also 4 additional shared stash tabs.
I'm not ready.
I think it was leaked that the ancestral and sacred items are getting a static level requirement already. It was like some EU article.
Yeah, when he says AM though, what he means is PDT. So like PDT AM is not PDT AM for everybody else in the world. There's really no other way to put it other than that. Like,
it was a German news organization that got the exclusive on that. Is going to be at 60 and an 80.
Yeah, 1680.
16 what?
For what?
For the item
sacred like level cap.
Yeah, I was talking
like,
about those
it
earlier.
Won't go over 60,
and it's not really a good change in my opinion. They kind of missed the pooch on that. 60-80 is not good enough. 60 for sacreds is well, 60 for sacreds is basically worthless. It's pointless because as soon as you hit 60, now you have access to ancestrals. So as soon as you get access to ancestrals, you're going to switch to ancestrals. You're not going to use sacreds. So the only sacreds that are ever going to be worth picking up, essentially at this point, it's shifted slightly. So before, if you were a level 100 character and a sacred dropped, it was completely useless, so 100% useless. Now it's 95% useless. Or no, actually, you know what? 99% useless. Because it has to roll 700 or higher item power, which most sacreds do not. And it has to be actually good rolls on the stats as well. So not only does it have to roll 700 or higher, but it also has to roll good stats as well as 700 or higher. And if it doesn't roll those two things both, then it's still garbage. So basically like 99% of all sacred items are still garbage at this point.
Sacreds need to be like level 40.
45 would have been the right level because that's the minimum level that they are anyway. And ancestral items being 80 is like it's a band-aid fix, if anything. Like it's still really high. So like, you know, let's say I'm a level 60 character, I just got to world tier 4. And my level 100 friend finds an item. It's now going to be level 80 instead of 100, which is better, I will admit, is better. But how much better is that really, that I have to still wait 20 levels to get access to that item? I mean, in that time period, in 20 levels, don't you think I'm probably going to come across a better item, like in that time period?
Almost guaranteed.
Positively.
Can I repeat that last Bulbasaur? Yeah, basically what they said is that the new level, maximum level for Sacreds is going to be level 60, and the new maximum level for Ancestrals is going to be level 80. I'll even type it in. I mean, why not?
Like, I think we're being punished because they're just so afraid of botting, trading of items.
Well, but
And it's still going on.
But what I don't understand is that, like, by having that requirement, they're not actually hurting the bots. Like, you know how easy it is to, like, level up a character to, you know, 50 really quickly, and the bots can probably do it even faster than us. But, like, you can get a character to 50 super quick. So the bots, if they're trying to farm low-level items that they can sell on their shop, then they're going to quickly level up a character, right? Bring him to 60 as quickly as possible, which doesn't take that long. They're going to level, they're going to spend time getting that character items, like for the level 60, and then the items that drop are going to be all level 60 requirement, and if they find like a god tier level 60 item, then guess what? Now they've got a level 60 perfect item that they can sell in their shop. Once the character levels up too high and they can't get their god tier low level items, then they're just going to delete that character and do it again. They don't care. Like, they're going to do more than we are. We're not going to do that because that's a pain in the butt. But the bots, they can do that. Like, they can have one character carrying a group of 3 level 60s with no equipment.
Firebox, careful.
They're just literally running around just farming level 60 Ancestrals. And they can do the same thing for the Sacreds too if they want to. Which I don't think they will for the Sacreds because I think it's not worth the effort.
Yeah, 'cause they probably came to the same conclusion we did. Sacreds aren't worth it. Except in like absolute rare occasions.
They've got to be perfect, basically.
Yeah.
And even then, the unfortunate side effect is that not only do they have to be perfect, but they also have to be for a character that doesn't utilize item power or item level in the item power that they're putting on the item. So like if you have a flat base damage effect and you put like a codex entry on it or something or whatever, it's going to be really low because the item power is really low. So in some situations, having that like bare minimum 725 isn't good enough. And 2 ancestral crossbows.
All the events in this one.
Oh. Died right before the completion.
Yeah, I just did the same. I got Mad Wolf's Glee.
Nice, that's the one that turns you into a permanent wolfie.
Yeah. Got the werebear one on this now. But I'm dead. Poison sucks.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, poison is the worst. I don't like it.
Fortify helps a ton against poison.
Absolutely.
Yes, it does. But it still sucks.
And it's gonna suck until season 2. That's why I'm pretty determined on that fact. That's probably gonna be the case.
Can't believe Frostburns are winning the war. I put a war up between Frostburns and Fists of Fate, and Frosties are winning.
That's surprising. I voted for Fist of Fate. Far more universal. I love random clan chat posts. Are you coming? Where? Who? Give me some context.
I don't get it.
07.
I'm always coming.
Uh.
To the fridge for food.
Basic skill, crowd control, vulnerable.
What's your bow rate? You're on your rogue there.
My bow, I'm running at 792 plus 20, which I don't even have fully upgraded because I don't have enough silver.
I got a 800 bow.
I'm looking for a crossbow because I want that vulnerable damage.
Oh, it's not a crossbow.
I do like that 56% vulnerable damage that's on these. I need to get my armor upgraded. I'm still using kind of like a half-blood armor. And I'd say it's alright, I guess. It does have DR, so it does have a 6.8% DR, but it's not... I need more.
So I'm confused about this game decision. The bow tells me that it's a rogue item.
Decent value.
It has an axe to use it. But I have a wand, and it just says not usable by your class.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't tell me
Those
who
are...
it's for the wand.
Well, the wand is actually a couple different classes. I think Necromancer can use it, Sorcerer can use it.
Okay, that's probably why then.
It's the specificness of the bow. It's only a rogue.
That's why they're being more ambiguous. Okay. Thank you.
799 crossbow. No vulnerable damage. Boopy.
My mouse pad can use a cleaning.
Mouse pad could use a clean.
Yeah, gotta do my, my monthly cleaning of everything, especially before the season starts. Clean the computer, clean the keyboard, clean the mouse pad.
Clean everything.
Just clean it all.
Get that. Throw the detox bomb in and walk away. With everything clean.
I mean, they call me. I shed a lot of skin. I might as well be a snake.
Well, I think it's all but confirmed, but running higher tier Nightmare Angels is definitely resulting in higher item power.
Yeah, I think that's been everyone's experience. I don't know if they ever came on Twitter and 100% confirmed it, but yeah, it's pretty much.
Yeah,
the community it seems to agree on it.
Mm-hmm.
Wolfie, I know you said you only had time for like a few more.
Yeah, I'm good for one more if you got it. Yeah, one more. Let's do it. Then I gotta go cook some dinner. Those parental responsibilities.
My minions are old enough to help me cook, so.
Getting there.
Oh, there's a goblin.
Don't turn your back.
Ooh. Oh, it's Backstabber?
Yeah.
It's alright, I'll just stand at the door. Stab me.
And be careful. don't stand on the dying, exploding dudes out there.
Oh, they got the explosions.
Yeah, the death explosions. I had 3 drifting shades or death explosions. I chose death explosions. Oh,
Did you die? I might be able to get to you. Where'd you die?
no. You can try, but there's 3 charging bulls that. It's like
Oh, yeah, there you
opening a
are.
door and seeing those corpse bows just targeting you.
I got you. I
Yeah,
got you. I got immobilizations, so now I got a charger.
yeah. Now you got friends. I'm just gonna burn one.
Problem. I can survive. I got wolves to distract. They're super helpful from that perspective.
Yeah, it just happened to be a blind corner with 3 of them going, hi.
Howdy. How? Are they gonna nerf
Back,
Rogue
Ginger?
tomorrow? No, they're gonna nerf Barb, obviously. Come on now. Hashtag nerf
They're
Barb.
gonna nerf Barb and Bone Spear. I mean,
Hashtag nerf
I think-
they're
Barb.
the favorites.
I feel like Rogue's gonna like sneak through this. If there aren't any nerfs, Rogue might sneak by most of them.
I mean, personally, as a Bone Spear Necromancer, as someone who has played it since the very beginning, it needs a nerf. I'm sorry. I know you guys, I know
Yeah.
some of you guys love Bone Spear Necromancers, and there's a couple of you out there in a kinship, and you, like, literally respect to a Bone Spear Necromancer after you found out how OP it was. It needs a nerf. It's too broken. Like, I can kill the Butcher in one hit. Like, the Butcher can be like 20 to 30 levels higher than me, and I can just walk over to the Butcher and I can just go, and he's dead. Like, I should never be able to do that on any character. I just don't feel like that's legitimate gameplay at that point. Like, and I don't even have like a fully set up like Bone Spear Necromancer. All the other Bone Spear Necromancers are like, I was like, oh, if you got minions, you're not even doing as much damage as you're supposed to be doing. Minions are an absolute waste. If you got your minions, you're missing out on like so much damage. And I can still one-shot the Butcher. Okay? So, yes. Bone Spear Necromancer needs a nerf, and they probably should nerf it into the dirt. And then bring it back up slowly, as is the tradition. Which probably means the Bone Spear Necromancer is not going to be very good in Season 1 if they do that.
Yeah.
But they hopefully might give you 2 or 3 builds in return. They might give you some blood stuff, some better minion things.
Patch note prediction.
I still remember one time was early. This was before I ever had my build completely refined either, and I remember Leon just going like, man, he's like, I know Bone Spear does a lot of damage. He goes, but like I'm standing over here watching you just like one-shot an entire screen. I can't remember when that was exactly, but I know I wasn't even level 100 yet. I don't even think I was level 100 yet.
I was running with my barbarian. We were just smoking things at like 20 levels below me.
Yeah, the Sauron Eye was not on anyone but the Bard for like the first week, 2 weeks. The eye was out. It was fixated.
The Eye of Sauron.
We put a distraction up for Frodo.
Yeah, pretty much. We were slipping behind the
There we
lines.
go. That was nice. Okay, I got some good hits off there. I did a lot of damage. Make the druid
Just call it the
mortal.
Eye of Ginger. Whatever he plays. You know.
Don't just nerf everything I play. That's terrible. I'm gonna play the worst character ever then. I'm gonna get the worst build ever nerfed.
I'm not ready yet.
Sosu's druid in the beginning too with that landslide was just crazy as well.
Druid's such a mixed bag because there are so many different builds. There's just so many different builds on the druid. And I feel like they're gonna have a hard time nerfing anything on that character because everything's interconnected. I don't even know what they're gonna do. Like because the earth skills are interconnected with all the werebear skills, and the werebear skills are interconnected with all the other skills, and like the storm skills are interconnected with the werewolf skills, and then like the storm and the earth skills are interconnected with the nature's fury, and I feel like they're gonna have a hard time balancing the druid class.
And if you don't like it, you can make an earth skill a storm skill, or a storm skill an earth skill, or so on and so forth.
It is definitely a pick your way you want to choose kind of class. It's not pigeonholed.
Definitely am appreciating the maneuverability and the movement on this druid. Maybe I should just go whirlwind barb or get it over with. Or has that been nerfed into oblivion and I missed my boat?
I mean, Whirlwind was overhyped because of two reasons. One was a bug, which I never used, and I didn't even realize you could do it, which basically you could spin forever and just channel and build up like billions of hits just to have like a giant like 175 mil crit, for instance, and just constantly doing it. Like that was just stupid. So that got fixed. And the other reason was the gloves, which had infinite stacking damage. So those two things got changed, and then Whirlwind just became like a mid-tier build. It's just a mid-tier build. You can probably clear up to tier 70 pretty comfortably, and then you start falling off.
Yeah, I'm not overly interested in pushing the absolute bounds of the game. I just want to have fun and play with you guys.
That any build's viable then.
Yeah.
To go back, any build's viable. If you're not pushing, any build's viable.
Yeah.
The damage check and the survivability check doesn't come in until tier 70 plus, really.
Okay. Well, I still want to be useful. I don't want to be useless.
Well, I mean, unless you're doing tier 70 plus, you're not going to be useless.
Okay.
You do damage in any build in the game.
Doing that event?
I mean, we can.
XP now. At least they made it so you don't have to skip content to level up. Fond of the idea of skip content. Ginger like crash or something?
No, I'm over here talking to PC Bullets.
Oh, okay. Alright, cool. I just was noticing that your stream looked frozen and your position in your chair hasn't changed much.
That's right, because I'm staring and typing. That's right.
I think we have a chance.
I got smoked.
Yeah, so did I.
Oh, well. You're our only hope.
We'll just burn another one. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
You guys completed it?
No, we're both dead.
Oh, okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, we completed it by dying.
I'm coming.
I got a little too greedy. I was trying to res Wolfie. Should have finished.
Well,
Finish first.
Take this, my friend. It's
Yeah,
not
I thought
much.
you had me though.
I hope it
To be
helps.
honest.
You deserve this. Never seen anyone fight like you.
My bags are full.
My bags are full, as always. Oh, some gloves.
Deal with that real
A new pair of Frosties, maybe? Or them stupid Shadow... Oh, Fist of Fate. 290s. I already have some 300s.
Nice. I haven't got a 300 yet. I think my best is 280. That said, I don't have builds using them
Can't
yet.
carry anymore.
I'm full. I'm head back to town and sell up.
Alright, I'm gonna find the next area.
I look like I voted for Joe Biden. Well, because politics aren't allowed inside the chat, even if I did vote for Joe Biden, I wouldn't be able to tell you because I don't allow politics in my chat.
We're here to have fun.
We're here to have fun. We're not here to talk about politics.
Very diverse subject, so better to stay away.
Seems like might need to add medical to that. Food. Jeez.
Shake on it.
Damage reduction from distant enemies. You know, there was a troll in chat earlier, and he was making nasty comments after nasty comments. But one of the things he said was actually pretty funny because it was kind of true. He said gout was a gift from God to keep me from getting fat. And I kind of laughed at it because it's not exactly wrong because you do actually have to adjust your entire lifestyle and eat foods that are literally, you know, like in general healthy for you because, yeah, I wouldn't even say healthy, just that don't cause gout, which in turn also causes the other things.
Everything in moderation. Although that phrase can be used incorrectly too if you so choose.
Is Fist of Fate good? Yeah, Fist of Fate are pretty good for certain builds. They're very interesting gloves that can make some very interesting effects.
Isn't one of the rogue builds just all lucky hit?
Hard bargain.
Oops, and pets.
You looking at all these doojanks every single time. Find one that's actually any good. Half the time I end up going back to town to sell, and then by the time I get back, you guys have already completed the dungeon, and I literally miss out on the loot.
Yeah, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, Fist of Fate are totally viable. I don't know why I just did that. I teleported to the thing instead of teleporting to one of you guys. Now I'm like all the way back at the beginning.
I'm not ready.
I'm here though.
Well, we're about to do the boss. Is that going to make him?
I think it'll be fine. I think when you
As
kill
long
him,
as he's
it'll-
in the dungeon, it's fine.
But the bubble's going to appear on me.
Oh.
You guys are going to have to run all the way back to me.
He just
That's
like
fine.
blew his poison breath all over me and just.
Yeah, that's the boss that every single time you enter, it immediately... Oh, there you go. It just appeared on me. That's the one where every single time you enter, he immediately poison breaths you. Here, I'll mark it on the map for you guys.
Thank you. They just really wanted to like gotcha game. Silly ability.
I need more time.
Oh god, that's a lot of monsters. I see you guys didn't go over there.
I need more time.
Yeah, I don't know which way. Safe way. But one of the things I hope they do is make everybody's town portal match the color of the little dot that they put on the character. So that it's apparently really, really obvious what portal is for who. You're looking at town portals in town.
Or give us pennants like they did in D3. Just something to identify other than a floating name that you have to hover over.
Yeah, something to give it a good visual cue that's in the game.
Why are there so many monsters in this freaking boss arena? How you guys leave all these monsters alive in here?
Because they were frozen, so I didn't worry about them.
Yeah, Fists of Fate are actually pretty interesting from certain perspectives. If you hit really fast and you basically have like tons and tons of attacks, it averages out to about a 51% damage bonus, which isn't terrible. However, if you hit really slowly, you get like sometimes you get like a little tiny attack, and sometimes you get like a big, massive, ridiculous attack. Like I think Kick, for instance, which is one of the ones that like doesn't attack very often. Like somebody got like a 30 mil crit with Fists of Fate. I mean, you could pretty much like just delete monsters from the world.
almost to 99.
300% tends to be a big multiplier.
Yeah, but I mean, it also reduces your damage too sometimes. So sometimes you end up with little baby hits, and then it's interesting. Like, it definitely is interesting how they work. Like, I've utilized them on a couple different characters for fun, and went back and forth between like using them and not using them. They also have a lot of lucky hit procs on them, obviously too. So they work better with lucky hit builds in general. I'm not going to use them on this character because I need my Frosties. But if I wasn't using Frosties, it could be an interesting choice.
It is done.
All right, have a good night, Ginger.
Alright, see ya. See you tomorrow for patch notes.
Yes, patch notes. Let's go. Thanks for the run sprays.
Yeah, no worries.
Patch notes, patch notes.
The dungeons.
Yes, I'll take it.
Each stack of momentum key passive heals you for 70. We're getting... Rogues have tons of heals, don't they? Like, what the hell's up with this? I got Ashira's Conjar. I haven't gotten that one yet. I guess I could make a unique item video on it. Hits with this weapon increase your attack speed by 6% for 4 seconds up to 30% maximum. That actually seems amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I used that for my Lilith kill.
That seems ridiculously amazing. Freaking level 98 Necromancer. Are you ever gonna get to 100, Severius? Come on already. What's wrong with you?
I'm almost there. I only got a couple.
You only got
hours
like a
of
couple
time.
more days
Sorry.
left before we gotta see. You gotta restart all over again.
Well,
If you want work done, let's get
I'm
started.
messing
Here.
with you. I'm messing with you.
Here, we'll do this one.
I'm messing with you. Oh, we gotta pull me into these high level dungeons. See?
You can totally say I don't want to go.
You ain't got no minions neither.
Yeah, I do.
Oh. Well, good. I'll hide behind your minions.
I've got almost the same setup as you.
Hmm.
I don't know what your Paragon board looks like, so I think it's kind of similar, but it's different. It definitely is different because I kind of winged it.
I think I posted my build. Oh man, I think I posted my build somewhere. Can't remember where I posted it, but I posted it somewhere.
It's in the Discord somewhere.
Let's start off with a doojank. By going like this. Pew! Die. Beautiful. You pull him in, I'll just kill him. I think I do more damage than you in a dense pack at this particular point.
Probably.
They got to be all densely packed though. It's my only it's my only weakness. It's my only weakness. My only weakness is if you spread out, I can't kill you. Everybody spread out. We know his weakness. Get him. Dang it, they know my weakness. I can't believe it. I thought my weakness was impenetrable.
I always forget to click on the prisoners. So, just so you're aware, we might run back once.
Or twice. Or thrice. Agil. On a very odd side note topic, why do you think that they decided, what do you think the motivation is that they decided to make gems worthless? Like, I can't figure it out myself. Like, I mean, I get that, like, everybody needs gems, and then they made them so common that it was ridiculous. But then, like, they're literally so common that I saw a screenshot the other, like just this morning, somebody had like 3 stacks of 50 of every single gem, and everybody was like, "Why do you have 3 stacks of 50 of every single gem?" And I couldn't help but laugh. But I'm like, for him to even obtain that amount of like 3 stacks of 50 royals of every single gem type, they've got to be like so common, it's ridiculous, right? And then like, but what was the motivation behind making them like completely worthless and then just like dropping like candy? Like, I think if you take a royal gem to the shop, what is it worth? Like 6 gold?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of that? Like, I don't get it.
I'm not ready yet.
Like,
At this point, just make them purchasable.
Like, I mean, yeah, if they're gonna make them that cheap and that common, why not just like have the shopkeeper sell them to us? I don't know what happened there, but when you pulled them in, I think one of my explosions triggered. I don't know how that happened since you were the one that pulled them in, not me. But when you pulled them in, all of a sudden my explosion triggered, and they all just instantly died because the explosion triggered other explosions, and it was like a like an exponential effect. So they just like, you pulled it in, the first explosion killed something. I don't know, maybe like a baby snake or something. And then they just like, then they all died instantaneously afterward. I was like, whoa. I didn't even do anything.
Alright, Sir Butcher, we are waiting.
Runes and rune words used to be in the game, like back in one of the earlier betas, and they kind of like effed it up really bad. A lot of people compared them really heavily to Diablo 2's rune word system, which is of course where the rune word system originated, Harleytron. So they kind of like dialed back a little bit, and they were like, okay, well, we effed it up, but we still want to add it. And they were like, and they said it in one of the dev updates. They were like, we still want to add runes, but we want to get it right. You know, obviously they're going to compare it to Diablo 2 and other games and things like that. So we want to make sure that when it's added in a way that, you know, is in keeping with the original rune word system and Diablo 2, blah, 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 blah. So we're probably not gigging at rune words right away because they had to scrap the system that they had in place because it was basically terrible, and add in, you know, something more better.
Oh, 2 sockets only. That's very limiting.
Sets is a different thing. So they actually talked about sets too, and there were several different developer things on sets. The general gist of basically what they said was that they felt that sets in Diablo 3 ruined the player's agency and took away the careful customization and creativity that players had. Essentially making it so that instead of actually building your own character and deciding how your character played, you were basically just using the set, and the set was telling you what to do. And they realized that in Diablo 3 this was a bad thing. Having a set literally tell you how to play your character, tell you what abilities to use, tell you what buttons to or put them in was a bad thing. And the way that they phrased it was that they probably weren't going to be adding sets. They kind of made it seem like they didn't really know how to add sets into the game without adding them in a way that would either A, ruin the player's agency, or B, be absolutely worthless. I mean, like, take a look at some of the Diablo 2 sets. Not a single one of the Diablo 2 sets is, like, full best in slot for any class. Like nobody wears full, like sorry, nobody wears full Tal Rashas as a best in slot piece. It's good for magic finding, but it's not best in slot for like the character as a whole. Nobody wears like full Griswolds as a best in slot really at all. Nobody wears full Trangs as a best in slot. Like it's in Diablo 2, the sets are there and they're useful, and like piecemeal wise, you can definitely make some pretty good piecemeal arguments. Like some of the sets are pretty good in piecemeal, but none of them are really all that great together, right? So you could basically say they failed, or whatever you want to say. Then go to Diablo 3, and the sets are so good that they've now overridden everything. The sets are now better than the legendary items. The sets are now better than the unique items. The sets are now better than everything in the game. So you literally have to wear sets, or like whatever. And there's only like a couple ways that you can get around it, and even those ways that you can get around it aren't really that amazing. And usually involve a set, believe it or not. So the set that allows you to basically have a damage bonus that increases for every ancestral, I think, or what is it, ancient legendary item in Diablo 3. That was like the only way around it. I think it was called the Legacy of Nightmares or something like that.
Yeah, which later got changed to Legacy of Dreams.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing though. Like, the only way to build around the sets was literally with another set. So the irony there is that like the sets were still better than everything else, because even the one way that you could build that didn't involve sets still involved a set. So it was stupid. And they wanted to move away from that, is basically what they said. And I agree with it. Like, if the choice is, and this is my personal opinion, if the choice is having sets like Diablo 3 or not having sets at all, I don't want sets. I don't want them to add anything even resembling Diablo 3 sets. I never want to see that ridiculousness again. Not ever. Never, ever. I hated that kind of stuff. Absolutely hated it.
This dungeon is not friendly to low levels.
No, and also I'm kind of not paying attention. I keep looking over at chat, and looking over at chat is the demon realm. Although in my defense, that time I wasn't looking over at chat. I was just using Rain of Arrows, and Rain of Arrows has a really long firing activation sequence, which is what actually got me killed there. And that time I was trying to pick up loot. How dare I? I thought we had killed all the monsters, and then all of a sudden the freezing effects appeared on the screen. I didn't have time to get out. I mean, I feel like people who want sets don't realize that sets are just either A, ridiculously overpowered, or B, kind of worthless. Like, there's like no in-between. And I don't know why there's no in-between. There should be an in-between, but there isn't an in-between. For some reason, somewhere along the line, things changed to the point where, like, nobody could reliably make an in-between set anymore, and they're all just either overpowered or there's I don't know. It's weird. The bubble appeared back here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go try to see if this last area will spawn the butcher.
I'm not ready yet.
Probably no luck
Fresh
though.
meat. Oh, we go click on this chest. I mean, I've thought about it, and my general opinion on it is that if we take Diablo 2 as an example of what constitutes a good set, and we take Diablo 3 and we use it as an example of what constitutes a bad set, we come up with an interesting result. So, Diablo 2 has some good sets, and they're generally small sets. And they're usually not complete sets, they're usually partials. Partial set bonuses actually seem to be kind of interesting. For example, if you played Diablo 2, you know exactly what I'm talking about, is the Death's Touch gloves and the Death belt. You have a very nice two-piece bonus, which is often best in slot for characters. but it's a 2-piece bonus. It doesn't take up your entire character. It doesn't overshadow all of your pieces of equipment. It's just a very nice 2-piece bonus that can work its way into some builds and actually ends up being best in slot for some characters, depending on how you have things set up, right? So it ends up being really cool. The problem is that, like, not all sets are like that. Some of the sets require you to wear the entire thing. Like, if you don't wear the entire thing, you're basically stupid. Milabrega's, on the other hand, is one of those sets. Milabrega's has, like, garbage stats on the dang thing. And if you don't wear the entire set, you don't get any of the good bonuses. So you basically are forced into wearing the entire set. Immortal Kings is a good example of a very well-built set that does not require you to use the entire thing. But what I also noticed is that sets like Immortal King have issues where they include weapons. Including a weapon in a set is never a good idea, it seems. Immortal King's mace tends not to get used pretty much ever by most people, unless you're actually using the whole set. And usually, even if you are using the whole set, you're probably not using the mace. Like Cleglaws has a sword that like basically very quickly becomes obsolete. The shield also very quickly becomes obsolete because they're weapon slots, and I think like you basically have to avoid weapon slots for the most part. It just kind of messes things up. Trangools has some very interesting like 2 and 3 and 4-piece bonuses. It's actually a pretty good set for that kind of stuff. So what I'm taking from this is that, number one, making a set for your entire character is bad. Okay? It's bad. To steal a line from South Park. It's bad, okay? Making a set that is, you know, like a smaller set, like 2 to 3 pieces, seems to be better. However, I'm also noticing that from Diablo 2, requiring the character to wear an entire set, doesn't matter how many pieces the set has, if it has 3 pieces or 4 pieces or 5 pieces, requiring the character to wear the entire set to really get all the bonuses is bad. Okay? It's very bad. The best sets in Diablo 2 are invariably the sets that do not require you to wear the entire set, and instead are the ones that only require you to wear like 2 pieces or 3 pieces. Like, so to the point where literally you can get a relatively good effect for relatively small number of investment. And that seems to be the main case for Diablo 2. And Diablo 3 completely just went away from that because you pretty much can't wear any pieces of the set unless you're going to wear the entire set, because the set bonuses are kind of designed around you wearing the entire set. And I think partial bonuses are much more interesting and much better than full bonuses. Now, full bonuses can be alongside the partials, but it should never get to the point, I feel like, where the partial bonuses are not worth it, and the full bonus is the only thing that it is. But I don't feel like they're going to go that route. I feel like they're going to end up doing something stupid. And so my personal recommendation is don't add sets at all. I would rather they never be added into the game ever than added in poorly. Because if they get added in poorly, they're going to ruin the game. They will 100% ruin the game, I guarantee you. Either that, or they'll just be completely useless, one or the other. So I think what's more likely going to happen is we're either going to have A, sets that are absolutely garbage and worthless, or B, ridiculously overpowered to the point that nobody wants to use anything else. And I don't want to see either of those outcomes.
I need more time.
I'll take some cannot be frozen. What the hell even got me? What the frickin' I thought everything was dead. I'm sitting here running to you. There's nothing, 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 nothing. I finally see you. I'm coming up to get you, and then all of a sudden I'm dead, and I'm like, what the hell even got me?
Yeah, that guy came out of nowhere. He spawned after I killed everything in the area.
I mean, that's how it usually be. I'm just not high enough level. It's really a life thing. We were talking about this earlier. Like, I really just don't have anywhere near as much life as like a person who's supposed to be in these dungeons.
Yeah.
I think them tying base life to your level so heavily kind of made things a little strange. I don't really think that... I mean, I know you got life and you got a little bit of mana when you leveled up in Diablo 2, but it wasn't like that drastic. Like you didn't go from like right now I'm at like 5,772 to like we were talking about it earlier, and like somebody who was like 20 levels higher than us was like nearly almost 3,000 HP higher than we were. Like it just seems pretty drastic.
I'm not ready yet.
By comparison to Diablo, I'm pretty sure like 20 levels was the equivalent of like, what, like 200 HP?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Destination? How's it going, man? Yeah, you pulled him in and I blew him up. Ah, it's scary in there. Ooh, that was an explodey.
I need more time.
So I was scouring the Necromancer for Fortify options, and I actually found another Fortify option. I was kind of surprised. I didn't even know there was another Fortify option besides Necrotic Carapace.
Yeah.
It's an odd one though. It's the Bone Mages. So the Bone Mages apparently have a Fortify option. I'm not really like the biggest fan of the Bone Mages. They're very hard to maintain because they kill themselves too quickly.
Or the kamikaze ones.
Yeah, they're the kamikaze ones. They like every time they attack, they dish damage to themselves and the monster at the same time. So they're like sacrificing your HP for damage or whatever. And then like what happens is they end up killing themselves after a certain period of time. And then when they kill themselves, you get like some buffs. Like they'll drop a corpse, which is interesting, so you can use them for corpse generation. There's a couple other things, but like they're really high maintenance. Like you just constantly have to spam the resurrect button all the time because they're constantly killing themselves.
Yeah, I gotta move away from the raised skeletons. I gotta put like Decrepify or something in. I just haven't yet.
Well, you're not using Corpse Explosion, are you?
No, I'm using the raised skeleton to do the
generation. Yeah. I mean, if you move away from the raised skeleton, then you gotta go back to Corpse Explosion.
True.
So I mean, you're stuck either way.
I'm not ready yet.
I just got rid of my basic. Are you still using a basic?
No.
What do you have? What do you got on your
I
bar,
don't think. I'm pretty sure you don't use Blood Mist.
No, I never need it really. Like usually my Bone Storm is more than enough to save me.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, I understand why people have it because it's a very nice way to kind of survive, but I don't know.
I'm not ready
And
yet.
I beef up Bloodstorm so much. I get the barrier from Bloodstorm or Bone Storm. And then on top of that, Decrepify, with the minions, there's that passive that allows you to basically reset Bone Storm repeatedly. So every single time your minions attack the monster, you get like a constant never-ending reset to Bone Storm. So it makes it available more. So like you just using Bone Storm won't replace Blood Mist, but if you use the Decrepify, it'll keep Bone Storm generally always active for you, so you can use it basically all the time. Or have it ready, essentially, whenever you need it. It's definitely a hell of a lot better with Decrepify than without. Because, I mean, you know how good Bone Storm is. And being able to spam it is great.
That has, yeah, the shield from it, and just in general, it being there, just ticking helps.
Oh yeah. You're using are you using the passive that gives you the essence for hitting with bone skills? The aspect, sorry, the aspect, I mean.
It's the one that's what, lucky, yeah. I don't know. I think so.
It's a ring, like exposed flash or something like that. That works with Bone Storm too. And what I noticed is having that thing up is great. And then it goes around your golem, so your golem ends up getting it too. Wow, it's a freaking 801 win force. That's not a bad damage output. 801. I was using Wind Force, but my Wind Force was way lower damage. I am literally 100% full. I'm gonna go back to town real quick and sell.
Okay.
Mixing and matching legendary sets is already like building sets. I mean, it's like partials. I guess you could call it like partials, but partial set bonuses is kind of what I'm getting at, is that partial set bonuses are always better than full sets. Like, don't get me wrong, I kind of like when sets can do some very unique things. But I think it's very, very, very important that the set does not tell you how to play your character. Like, I think that's the big takeaway that Diablo 3 taught us, is that we don't want our sets to tell us how to play our character. What we want our sets to do is, if you do add sets, they need to just be, like, generic. Like, Frostburns on this game is generic. It can be used by anybody, and it can have multiple different uses depending on the character who's, you know, putting it on their hands, right? So it's not always this, you know, like a specific thing that's going to have you do like a specific attack, and when you use this specific ability, like the sets of Diablo 3 were just bad. They were just bad. There's no other way to put it. Like, they were just really bad. I don't know who thought that kind of stuff was a good idea, but it just wasn't. And if you're listening, if you're the guy that thought up those sets, I mean, like, come in here and let's have a chat, because you probably still work for Blizzard, and I need to set you straight. Because, like we can talk about it. Like, we'll talk about it. Like, the philosophy behind those sets was just bad.
It's one of those good on paper, not good in practice.
I mean, you know what the sets of Diablo 3 reek of? And this is probably the easiest way to talk about this in a way that makes everybody understand exactly how bad they are. When you were a kid, your mom might come into your room and lay out your clothes for you, you know, on the bed. You know, get your shoes and pack you a lunch, and everything that you did was basically decided by your mother, right? As you became an adult, you basically kind of did most of that stuff on your own, right? You know, got dressed on your own, got your own shoes, eventually started making your own food. And although, you know, going to your mom's house and having her look after you for like maybe a day or something like that would definitely be fun, are you going to have your mom pick out your clothes every single morning? You know, is she gonna decide what you're gonna eat? Is she gonna decide like everything that you do? Because like that's basically how the sets were in Diablo 3. Like it was like they were literally deciding everything for you. It was like your mom laying out your clothes when you're like 40 years old. Like you just get up in the morning and your mom's like, "Okay, honey, I got your clothes set out all for you. You're gonna be wearing a tie today, and I got you one of those, you know, those fancy Ninja Turtle socks that you like. You know, you really like them Ninja Turtle socks, so I got you the Ninja Turtle socks, and you know, don't worry about tying your shoelaces. I got you the Velcro ones because I know you have trouble tying your shoes, honey, and that's okay, sweetie. You know, it's not. You don't have to let the other kids pick on you because you can't tie your shoes." Like, I mean, that's literally what the D3 sets were, like, that level of just, like, everything. Like, we're going to decide exactly how you play your character down to every, like, minute detail. Like, it wasn't even just telling you what skills to use. It wasn't even just telling you, like, what order to use them in. It was also explaining to you exactly how the effect works, why you're using this ability in this order, and telling you that you would need to use this ability to protect yourself. Like, it would literally, on the armor, as you read it, it would literally just tell you, on the set, it would just tell you exactly how to play your character, like, on a blow-by-blow. Put this skill on your bar, put this skill on your bar, put this skill on your bar, put this skill on your bar. Use this ability first, this ability second, this ability third. If you're in danger, use this ability. Like, it was like literally like instructions, like play-by-play instructions on how to freaking play your character. $65,000% whirlwind damage. Oh, don't even get me started on the whirlwind crap. Diablo 3 was terrible with that stuff. I still remember to this day I was on my Crusader and I joined a random dungeon with a bunch of people. It was 2 whirlwind barbarians. And they were like god tier setups, right? And all they were doing was whirlwinding. And they were just killing everything, right? I mean, not really a big deal, right? I'm not like going to complain if I get carried. But I was trying to keep up, and I was trying to actually participate and, you know, help. Not that they needed my help. But I couldn't keep up with them. I couldn't keep up. I didn't have enough run walk speed. I couldn't, no matter what I did, I couldn't keep up with them. They were so much faster than me that I could not catch up to them even when they stopped. And I went into my Paragon board and I checked and I like made sure I had like all my points in movement speed, and I literally like went through a couple things and tried to max out as much movement speed as I could, and I maxed out my movement speed. Still couldn't keep up with them. They were going so fast that I literally could not even keep up with them, not stopping with all the movement speed buffs that I could possibly get. I still couldn't catch up to them. And it was that point where I think I realized that I really just didn't like the game. I was like, why am I even in this dungeon? Like, I can't catch up to them. I can't kill anything. They're killing everything before I get there. Like, it's literally just me running behind them, trying to catch up to them, and failing miserably. Like, it doesn't matter how much damage I do. It didn't matter if I hit for 20 trillion damage. I couldn't even get within range of a monster to attack it. Yeah. Critical strike chance, level 39, shift to ruins. Doesn't look like there's anything super terrible on this one. Why not? Diablo 3 was terrible. You could have ended the sentence there. I don't think everything was bad about Diablo 3, but I think the bad overshadowed the good. I think at the end of the day, like, there were some cool things there. Like, I definitely didn't hate legendary aspects, but then the sets completely ruined the legendary aspects and made it so that the legendary aspects were pointless. And I also didn't like the fact that legendary aspects couldn't be removed and put on other pieces of equipment, because a lot of the times you would have like an amazing sword or an amazing two-handed mace or an amazing shield or whatever, and you're just like, okay, well, it sucks. Like, the shield sucks, but the aspect is nice, and I'd really like if I could maybe take this and put it on like a better weapon. And Diablo 4 kind of fixed that. Like, it took the aspect system from Diablo 3 and kind of like made it better. Oh, well, I'm glad that it's been a little helpful for you. I mean, target farming items is always a little bit of a frustrating thing. I mean, I think many of us can feel that. Is that, like, you know, like me with my Ramalodnis. I had a lot of trouble finding my Ramalodnis. Several characters have been farming things like Tempest Roar. You know, and, like, it's kind of hard to come by them sometimes. Like, I don't know. It's I used to, when I first started playing the game, I thought the unique item drop rate was really high, and I was finding tons of uniques all over the place, and I was like, you know, this is super easy. But then I realized it's a lot like Diablo 2, in that, yeah, you find uniques all the time, but you do find uniques all the time in Diablo 2. The thing is they're not always the unique that you want, or, you know, a good unique, like that you would, you know, generally use for your character. I mean, you'll find uniques all the time. It just won't be the ones that you actually need or want. Like, you'll find, like, 15 Fields of Crimson and you want a Ramalodni's Magnum Opus. Like, it's a little silly how many times you'll find, like, some of the uniques. I know for a fact I found some, like, so many times. It's just, at this point, I don't even know what to do. I just keep the best one, I guess, and just move on, right? There were so many brain dead builds in Diablo 3. I tried to make some really interesting ones. I really did. I actually had some very clever creations of my own devising, and if I even still remembered how to play Diablo 3, I could boot it up and show you guys some of them. But I had some pretty interesting builds. Like, there was this one build that had to do with, I think it was Justice, which was like a hammer throw. And there was like another aspect that made it so that the Justice hammer throw could spawn a Blessed hammer. And there was a couple other things going on, like the Joanna's shield, I think, that made the hammers bigger, or something. Like, there was a couple different things. But, like, by the time I was done, basically I could sit back like an archer, and I could throw a hammer, the Justice hammer, into the group of monsters. And then once I threw the Justice hammer into the group of monsters, then it would hit a monster and it would spawn a Blessed hammer every single time I threw the Justice hammer. But the thing is I didn't have to actually be there like an actual hammered him. So it was like something else entirely. Like, I could hang back and be like a ranged character as opposed to like an up-in-your-face hammered it. And I had a lot of fun with that one. I did tons of different builds. I think I did play around with some of the sets, but I was always woefully unimpressed. Like, I just didn't like being forced into using specific skills. And I think even more so is I didn't like some of the skills. So, like, even if I did want to use one of the sets, a lot of the times I'm like, why is that skill tied to it? Like, I really don't like that skill, and I probably would never use that skill in a build. And sure enough, there it is in the middle of that set armor that I didn't want to wear. And that would usually be reason enough for me to just like not use the set, because I'm like, oh, that skill's tied to the set. I don't really want to use that skill anyway. So I guess I'll just avoid it. I think that's the only reason why I actually enjoyed Diablo 3 to the little bit that I did, was because of the Legacy of Nightmares set. Because the Legacy of Nightmares set offered me the one thing that the rest of the game just didn't. And it was the freedom to just kind of play and make a build and just like, you know, maybe I did it wrong, maybe it couldn't pass through Torment 10 or whatever, but like, but at least I did it, you know, like I made a build, I made it functional, like it was capable of like, you know, Grift 110 or whatever, and I could like quantify like how good of a build it was. You know, it wasn't maybe capable of like the higher grifts, but it could do pretty much all content just fine, which I found to be really fun. Wasn't a big fan of the constant one-shots in Diablo 3. Like, if you didn't have like a certain percentage of damage reduction and other things, like, and you tried to do one of the higher torments, like it was just like instant one-shot. You just walk into a group and they would just kill you. I wasn't really a big fan of that. I feel like we're kind of back on that silliness here with Diablo 4. They're basically just doing the same thing. But it does seem a lot more mitigatable in this game than it did in Diablo 3. Because in Diablo 3, it just kind of felt like a lot of the times you were just dead. And you didn't even really know why or what happened. Or maybe your buff was down or whatever. But like you would just go into those really high grifts. And like the monsters there would just kill you repeatedly over and over again. Where's that other Dujangs over there? I mean, I feel like it's more controllable in D4. It's still there. I mean, I just called it out. It's still there. But I do feel like it's more controllable.
I need more time.
Don't forget your greed shrine. You wouldn't want to miss out on that 30 gold.
Yeah, right. Especially going into the boss room. Extra 30 gold.
You never got one shot in D3? Did you ever push content in D3?
I'm not ready yet.
Because like all you really had to do was push content in D3, and you would find a one shot eventually.
I'm not ready yet.
It wouldn't take too long.
Did you use one or both of the cheat deaths? And yep,
Greater Rift 125. Greater Rift 125 is. I don't think that's really considered pushing content. I mean, it's high. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to insult you. 125 is still a very high Greater Rift, but like, I'm talking about when you're pushing much higher than that. You were getting one shot, like, but it was really just out of place. Like whenever I got one shot in Diablo 3, it always just felt like I was out of place. Like I never felt like I got one shot legitimately. It always just felt like I was like just not in the place that I needed to be at that particular moment, and it was really quite strange. Like you would just walk into a dungeon and you'd just be like, the monsters would just smack you down. Like, all your buffs would be up and everything, and you would just get, like, stomped into the dirt, and you'd be like, oh, I'm not supposed to be here. And there's really nothing you could do about it. And then you went away, and you powered up a little bit, you got some better damage reduction or whatever, and you came back later, and you stomped them into the dirt. But, like, in Diablo 3, it always felt that way. Like, when you died, it was never like, oh, I died. It was... oh, I'm not supposed to be here. A 19%er? That's better than what I got right now.
Yes, I'll take it.
Damage was also a big issue in Diablo 3. I remember that as well. A lot of people would assume that my hate for Diablo 3 comes from a lack of playing it. But no, my hate for Diablo 3 comes from the exact opposite, which is I played it too much, and honestly just kind of reminds me of like a really bad breakup with an ex-girlfriend where you just try so hard to like her, and then eventually she lets you down like one last time for the last time, and you just and you just move on with your life. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with me with Diablo 3. I was just like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done chasing. I'm done chasing the hamster in the hamster wheel. Like, I think that was what eventually killed it for me. It wasn't like a lot of the main issues, and I could come up with 100 issues on Diablo 3. But I think what it actually ended up being at the end of everything was the way that they had the game set up was an infinite hamster wheel. Like, there was no end. There was no spot where you felt powerful. Like, there was always something higher. There was always something stronger than you. There was always a higher grift. There was always, like a monster that could one-shot you. It was just a matter of you going to the higher area to find it. And I think once I realized that there was no end to the hamster wheel, that I was never going to get that gratification that I think a lot of people look for, which is a very simple gratification. It's a gratification of, hey, I'm becoming powerful. My build is strong. I'm doing good. I'm figuring things out. Like, I know how my build works. Like, validation, so to speak. Like, hey, I'm doing good, right? I was never gonna get that. I was in Diablo 3. I realized I was never gonna get that feeling that I was doing good. Like, and it really came down to the fact that there was just no end. There was no, like in Diablo 2, like you have an end content to test your character against. Like Players 8, Hell difficulty, Chaos Sanctuary or whatever. Like you have a place to test yourself. And if you can overcome that challenge, then you know that you have built a good character. But like at the end of the day with Diablo 3, there was no end challenge. There was no end to it. It was just a continuous hamster wheel of doom. And I think once I realized that, I started to see things a little differently. So I don't know if you guys have ever played these weird games on the internet that are like, I call them clicker games. They basically just have like a bunch of graphics up there. There's nothing really to it. There's a monster appears on the screen. You click on the monster and it does damage. And the more times you click, the more damage you do, right? And eventually you kill the monster and you get some EXP points and you level up your character, right? And you put some points in to make your character more powerful and you click harder. And every time you kill a couple monsters, you get some more points, and you put them in, and you click even harder. And it starts out, and you're doing like 1 damage a click, and then you're doing like 100 damage a click, and then you're doing like 10,000 damage a click, and then you're doing like 1,000,000 damage a click, and then you're doing 1,000,000,000 damage a click, and then you're doing 1,000,000,000,000 damage a click, and then you're doing 10 trillion damage a click, and then you're doing quintillion damage a click, and it never ends. The clickers just continue to go on and on and on and on and on, because there is no end to the clicker games. The monsters just continue to get more powerful every single time you defeat them. And you put in points so that you can defeat the monsters. And then once you put in the points and you get more damage, they present you with a higher monster. And I was like, how is Diablo 3 any different from these stupid clicker games that literally just continue and continue and continue on until eventually you're doing like 10 billion trillion quintillion damage? Like, what's the difference here? Like I feel like I felt like Diablo 3 was no better than like the worst clicker game that I'd ever played. And that was the point that I realized like I'd never want to play this game again. Like I don't ever want to play it. There's no excitement there. There's no end in goal. There's no ends in sight. Like. I mean, and you could say that, like, none of the games really have a meaning or whatever, like an end to them. But, like, at least they don't scale infinitely to the moon and back. Like, at least there's some sort of end goal that you're trying to reach. Like, imagine a scenario where you go to your friend and you're like, oh, man, I really got my Diablo 3 build down. I finally hit 1,000,000 damage yesterday. And your friend goes, 1,000,000 damage? That's nothing. I hit 1 billion damage yesterday. And friend number 3 says, 1,000,000,000 damage? Well, you're weak as crap. I hit 10 billion damage the other day. And then friend number 4 comes in and he goes, 10 billion damage? I hit 30 trillion damage the other day. And then another friend pops in, 30 trillion damage? I hit 70 trillion damage the other day. Like, it's the dumbest stuff in the world, and it never ends. Like, there's always a guy who's hitting a little bit harder than you are, who's a little bit further along than you are, and no matter how high you hit, no matter how hard you hit, somebody else is hitting harder than you. And there's no like accomplishment. There's no like hey, you know, that's a really big hit. Like, no, it's pretty much just, you know, like, oh yeah, I hit harder than that. Like, my grandma hits harder than that. What's wrong with you? 80 trillion damage? Pff, my cat hits harder than that. Like, he's got his own character. His name is Mr. Whiskers, and he hits harder than that. Okay, he hit for 100 trillion just yesterday. Saw it myself, got it on camera. Post you a YouTube link, and it's a picture of a cat clicking a mouse, and then 100 trillion pops up on the screen. And you're like, well, dang, I guess I just quit. The cat beat me.
I need more time.
No! I hope I'm at least entertaining with my silly rants. What's up, Ufta? How's it going, man?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Just got home from work now. Oh god, splodies, splodies.
I need more time. I need more time.
Burmalbur-ith? Burmalbur-ith. That's right. You're right. Burmalbur-ith. That's the best rune word right there. Also, don't forget Ja-ist-bur. Ja-ist-bur.
I need more time.
I should go remake my Enigma video to Ja-ist-bur and see how many people I can get to mess up the rune word. It's cruel, but... Ah, the hilarity.
Like, your build and then somebody that can group. Such a good combo.
What's my end goal for D4? I mean, I was planning on just trying to make it through the season, to be honest. I was assuming that the Diablo 2 Resurrected season was going to start afterwards, so my general goal was, you know, hey, let's start to finish this season and move into Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 5. I'm hoping it's going to be a big season. I have a hunch that Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 5 is going to be a pretty big season. My hunch is based around the fact that they kind of rushed Season 4, and they probably had a lot more stuff planned for Season 4 than what we actually got to see. So, basically, my hunch is that the stuff that was supposed to be in Season 4 is going to make it into Season 5, and then they may also have stuff that they think up for Season 5, so we may be looking at two things for Season 5. So we may end up with what was supposed to be in Season 4 and Season 5. So it could be a pretty big season if my hunch is correct, and I'm looking forward to that too, because I want to get some more Diablo 2 time in. I also have some plans for Diablo 2 as well. So, like, for instance, I have some series that I really want to finish. So I was trying to do before Diablo 4 came out, and I didn't quite finish, but I'm trying to do a Player's 8 solo self-found run on every character, at least one of every character. And right now I am missing the Amazon, the Paladin, and the Assassin. So I still need to do an Amazon, Paladin, and Assassin solo self-found run. I'll probably put a poll up eventually, and you guys can help me choose which one. I'm sure you guys will choose the worst, as you always invariably do. But eventually I want to get, you know, one of every single one of those up, obviously. Ooh, I found another Icy Alchemist. 970. Mine is 1,250. Ah. Might get better if I upgrade it. I don't know. I guess I could always give it a try.
Fine indeed.
I think, like most people, when a new game comes out, you play the new game. And, yeah, there's not much more to it than that. And then eventually, you know, like, if you get bored of that game or you move back to another game, I mean, that's what happens. But I always assumed I would be heading back to Diablo 2 at some point.
I am out of dust and sigils.
Mm-hmm. I will see what I got. Just trying to attach my board.
Like
my Polygon board.
The 41, the 51s, they cost so much.
Yes, yes they do.
My magic's await your
Alright, let's see what I got. Lightning Collar, Blood Blister, Suppressor, not good for you, not good for me. This one seems rather innocuous.
I need more time.
I don't know, what's you guys' end goal for Diablo 4? I'm gonna turn it right back around on you guys. How about that? What's your end goal? Of course, I can't get it all the way upgraded. 1,091. It's actually less than what I needed to, so it's not even worth frickin'. That wasn't even worth it. Gosh, dang it. Play the seasons until you get bored? Sounds like how most people do it. That's usually how I do it too. And then I start doing stuff on my own. Chances are, and I hate to say it this way, but chances are Diablo 4 is not going to capture my attention as much as Diablo 2 did. Diablo 2 has alternate ways to play. Like, for instance, we can do offline mode. I can do testing. We could do solo self-found runs offline. There's all sorts of various ways that you can play Diablo 2 that doesn't necessarily involve online. And I foresee this game as becoming kind of like dead in between seasons because they don't have basically anything for you to do between seasons. Like there's no inter-season doojanks. I mean, granted, I'll probably still be putting out videos and all sorts of other stuff, but like I really kind of wish they had some more inter-season doojanks. That would be nice. Poison coming out of those guys is freaking ridiculous. There was a puddle on the ground and it was like pretty much a force field barrier. Like I couldn't even think to walk by it. As soon as I touched it, my HP would just start draining into oblivion.
I'm not ready yet.
I just drank every potion I had to survive that poison. It's amazing. I never drank more potions in my life. What do you think of that? That was a lot of explosions. Everything nice and frosty. Rate of arrows is kind of insane.
I'm not ready yet.
You know what the lucky hit is on rate of arrows? It's 2%. Jank's still lucky hits all the time.
Nice.
I guess just because there's like 1,000 trillion arrows, right? So like it's pretty much guaranteed to lucky hit at least like once or twice.
I might actually play a road for the season because I haven't played that one yet.
Oh, this character is something else. I'm gonna have to do like a little board for this eventually.
Careful coming in this one.
Your goal is to
Point.
feel powerful. I mean, honestly, from what I've seen in this game, is that theory crafting builds is very fun. You do not have to look up builds on the internet to feel powerful. It seems to be fairly easy to come up with a build. I actually have a video going over the process of how you make a build that's powerful, and it really doesn't require like to be genius big brain. It just requires you to follow some steps, and if you follow the steps correctly, before you know it, you will have a character that's very powerful. It's not even like a per ability thing. Like you just really have to focus on what it is that you're trying to achieve. You know, like in particular, when it comes to a skill, you've got to pay attention to how the skill works. You got to know like why specific things work so well with the skill, and you gotta focus. That's really the main thing, the main takeaway that I'll give everybody. Like, you don't even have to watch my video. You gotta focus on one ability. That's the main thing. So everything that you do with your character, if you build your characters in this way, everything you do with your character should invariably in some way assist the main ability that you have chosen. If you do this correctly, if you set up your character correctly, where everything in some way assists the main ability that you've chosen, guess what? You're golden. Your character will probably wreck face. Like, absolutely demolish.
I'm not ready yet.
Like mine does in this 43 tier dungeon. I'm only level 79. And all these monsters are level 97. How many levels above me is that? My quick math is terrible. What is that, like 16? 18? I don't even know. My quick math is legendary bad. Welcome to the channel. Every single time somebody tells me on one of my videos like that I made a mistake in the math, I'm terrible at quick math. Welcome to the channel. People always act like it's such a bad thing to be terrible at quick math. You know that like a lot of like advanced mathematicians that do like quantum physics and freaking ridiculous math that you or I probably couldn't even conceive of, let alone do. They also suck at common arithmetic as well. Like, it's just like a thing. It's apparently like a whole thing that mathematicians are often just like really bad at common arithmetic. There's quite a few of them actually. Like, even in today's day and age, that like if you went up and asked them like a simple math problem, they would not be able to give you an answer. And it's like a whole thing apparently. It has something to do with the way that their brain works. It's like an actual illness, according to like some scientists. I remember looking it up one time. I typed into Google something like, "Why are mathematicians bad at arithmetic?" And came up with a couple different articles. And one of them was talking about like I think there was an actual term in here. Well, this is one of them. This is not the one I was thinking of, but I do remember seeing this one when I was searching for the answer. Can never find the articles whenever I want to find them. I'm sure I typed it in slightly differently is probably what happened. Oh, there's the term. I found the term. It's called dyscalculia. That's the term, dyscalculia. It's a term that basically means someone who's usually bad at it's kind of like math dyslexia, I guess would be the term. Like that's the best way to think of it. It's kind of like dyslexia but with math.
Check your map and see if you got anything over where I'm at.
Oh, it'll put back to town anyway.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, in my research, I found that mathematicians were often bad at arithmetic, and it was some sort of very common thing.
I can tell.
It's something to do with thinking differently. Like when you're thinking about problems, writing it down on a chalkboard, like there's a whole different thing. Doing math in your head is a skill, and it's something that they generally just don't even bother with because they're always writing things down, working in, these massive calculations. I've never been good at head math. It's not my thing. I can do math if I write it down on a sheet of paper. If I, run the calculations the proper way, I can do the math. But do it in my head, I suck at it. I ain't even gonna pretend I don't. I can do estimations. I'm usually really spot on with my estimations. I remember one time I was... I was literally talking to this guy, and... we were having a conversation about something, and I think I remember estimating something. I was like, I could just estimate that real quick, and I was like, it's probably about 1,000, probably a little bit less than 1,000, but about 1,000. And he's like, no, and he does the glass pushes thing, and he's like, we're gonna find out the real number. It was 1,010. I was close within 10 of what it was. And I was like, so I was correct. And he's like, no, you weren't correct. You said such and such. And I said it's probably around 1,000. And you said it was 1,010. I was like, I'm not wrong. I estimated around 1,000, and you came up with the answer of 1,010. I'm like, how in what God's green earth am I actually wrong? I didn't give you an exact number. If I had said 1,009 and it was 1,010, then yeah, I guess you could say I was wrong because I gave you an exact number. But if you say probably more than 100 and it's 102, you're not wrong. You just weren't being exact. It's called estimation. I've always been good at estimation. Always been bad at arithmetic. Probably some sort of correlation there, I would assume. Alright, let's see here. I've got a suppressor. Let's not do that one. Got a bunch of blood blisters.
It's fine.
What's up, Ninja Star? How's it going, man? My thing has always been I usually do the math as it's stated. Like if somebody sends me a formula and it's not formulated correctly, I usually don't do it correctly. Like a lot of the times in math, there's a lot of assumptions, and it's always kind of pissed me off. Like they'll be like, "Well, you're supposed to add a 1 here," and I'm like, "Well, why doesn't it just have the 1 there? Why do I have to know to add the 1 there? Why can't you just put it in the calculation?" Like, why do I need to assume? Why is math assuming that I'm gonna know specific things? Just put it in the stupid. Just write it in there. What is it that hard to just write 1 plus, like in the calculation? And half the time that screw me up like 9 times out of 10. Like I'll just be doing a calculation and you're supposed to add 1 and I don't, or you're not supposed to add 1 and I do, and like just because the calculation doesn't have it written there. And it would be so much easier if they just, like, if they stopped assuming things half the time and just put it in there. Just write it in there and stop making people have assumptions. Not everybody's a genius at math. I'm not a genius at math. Somebody just commented, "Where's everybody rushing?" I'm gonna write to your mom's house. Y'all think I'm joking, too. Totally just did it right there. To your mama's house. There you go. Sometimes people make the meanest comments on YouTube, and I don't even want to respond, so a lot of the times I'll just respond, "Yo mama." I think it's hilarious. And most people don't know what to say back. They're just like, "Well, dang." Or even better yet, they apologize. Which is great. It's great.
Swear I didn't mean it. Sorry. Don't come after my mom.
People always make the mistake of assuming that when I make those Barbarian I Choose You videos or Rogue I Choose You, it's a joke on Pokemon, obviously. But some people just immediately assume that I'm actually choosing that character, and that's not my choice. Like, I'm just going over why maybe you would choose the character. It's a whole joke. I even sing a Pokemon song at the beginning if it doesn't give it away. Some of them are pretty good, by the way. Like the I think the Barbarian one was pretty epic. I even wrote it in the comments. I wanna be a barbarian like no one ever was. To use them is my real test. To master them is my cause. I will travel across the land, Searching far and wide to find the weapons and understand the power that they wield. Barbarian.
I'm not ready yet.
Necro was good. You like Necro? He's so lonely. All his skeletons are his friends, okay? Shush. Don't make fun of Mr. Necromancer. I just fired that frickin' rain of arrows and got feared and ran like 8,000 miles away. I see you did too.
Yeah. I was like, I'm done.
Hey, level 99. Congrats. Alright, well, you're done. You can log off now. You got your level, your max level.
Nice.
Congratulations on level 99. It's the highest level you can achieve.
I do actually still need to accomplish that in D2. I still haven't had a 99. I will eventually.
So much poison. I mean, it's totally doable now with the tear zones.
Yeah.
You can do it. I'm not sure if I want to do it, but you can do it. I've already done it.
I've done it. I don't want to do it again.
I don't want to do it again. I've done it twice now. That one extra skill point isn't worth it. Oh. Reading chat. I'm allowed to read chat. And this is why I don't play hardcore. And this is why I don't play hardcore. Because if I look away for even a day, I'm probably gonna die and they're gonna make me pay. And this is why I don't play hardcore. Because I can't blink or fart. And this is why I don't play hardcore. Because I can't read chat in the dark. I can't even, like, I legit, I looked over to read your message, Ryujin, and immediately died. It was like, oh, read your message, die. Oh, read your message, die. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to read messages. I'm not allowed to pick my nose. I'm not allowed to drink some liquid death. I'm not allowed to do nothing. There's no allowances for anything in this life. I'm required by law. You know what it reminds me of? You remember that Nielsen family or whatever? They like had their eyeballs like glued open, like or like they had like some machines or whatever, and it was like so they couldn't blink, and they were watching the screen, and they would test and see like how interested the family was in the content that was on the television at any given time, and they were watching some show, and they were like, you don't understand. Like, decent eyeball focus went up by 30%. Like, that's the biggest jump since Nixon. And I'm like, what? Like, they were literally measuring how interested they were by whether or not they even focused on the TV or not. Like they were basically just, like, brain dead.
I'm not ready yet.
That's basically how Diablo 4 wants me to be. I can't blink. I'm not allowed to blink, because if you blink too hard, you die. Okay, no blinking. Get all your blinking out of the way before the dungeon. Alright, blink as much as you can before the dungeon. And then once during the dungeon, you just not blink. Just don't blink. Ever. It's a staring contest. Dagnabbit! I don't even. I died to the pillars that time. Those lightning pillars are nasty. Oh no, a perfect shot for me, and then I can't, I'm not even alive to do it. That was perfect, and I didn't even have a chance to shoot anything. The elixir of death evasion is hardcore only, I believe. They don't they don't have those in softcore. Those are specifically for you hardcore characters. Those are both nice. I like both of those. Let's go right up the middle. I mean, it's in the game, so, I mean, it's legitimate because it's in the game. I don't particularly like it, to be perfectly honest, but it's in the game. It's going pretty good, Fighting Spirit. Having fun, hanging out, doing jinks, trying to stay alive. Staying alive, staying alive, staying alive. I was actually thinking about hopping off, because patch is tomorrow, and I want to get some good sleep so that I'm ready for the patch, because we're going to be streaming all day long. I mean, when the patch drops, obviously I'm going to do patch notes, so that's going to be number one. And then after I do patch notes, we're going to be running tests. So we're going to go see if we can find some of the new uniques. We're going to see if we can grab some of the new legendary items. You know, just in general, we're going to go through the process of trying to test out some of the new things that they change, whatever it is that we can do. Because we've got 2 days before the patch, or before the season drops, where we can, you know, test everything. And we need the patch note song. I prefer to do the patch note songs to the tune of the song from Star Trek, where Data was searching for life forms, and he goes, "My little life forms, do 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 do, lovely little life forms, do 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 do, I love you, do 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 do." So you just take life forms and you just replace it with patch notes. You go patch notes, do 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 do. My lovely little patch notes, do 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 do. I love you, do 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 do. You got the pre-patch butterflies. Everybody shows up for the patch notes. Everybody's interested in those. I had like freaking 4,000 people in my last patch notes video. If I do it right and I'm on time, I should be able to get probably about the same amount this time. If not, maybe even more. Who knows? We'll see.
Well, it's dinner time for me, so thanks for...
Alright, well, you got your max level, Severius, so... Congratulations! I think 99 looks cooler than 100, by the way.
I agree, but, you know, I gotta get that 100.
Any clue what time the patch is hitting? Yeah, they seem to drop their patches at about the same time pretty much every single day. I would expect them anywhere between like 10 a.m. PDT to 11 a.m. PDT. Maybe a little bit later than that, but I'll probably be on waiting, you know, basically getting ready for the patch, like in advance. This, it's currently 11 o'clock, right? So I'm going to be running do, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna get some sleep. I think that's probably the best idea right now. Hop off, get some sleep, get ready for the patch tomorrow. Hopefully you guys all show up and we can talk about it. Obviously I count on you guys to like help me out a little bit too, because I do make mistakes. I'm not infallible. And that way we can like several times, I think, during some of my patch note videos, if I remember correctly, like you guys have helped remind me of specific things, and then we go and test those stuff. Otherwise I'll just completely forget to test stuff sometimes. It happens. If you haven't seen my prep guide, I do have my prep guide up. In fact, you know what? Let me take this last couple of minutes here and do a little bit of reminders for you guys. So, first off, let me just pull up my YouTube channel. It's probably the easiest way. Alright, so here's my YouTube channel, and we're going to go to the videos, and on the videos, as you can see here, I've got Necromancer, I choose you, Druid, I choose you, Rogue, I choose you, Sorceress, I choose you, and Barbarian, I choose you. I've got all 5 classes up right now, so if you're having trouble picking a class, and you want to learn a little bit more about the class, maybe you were interested in making a specific class and you didn't, what is going on in your brain at that particular moment, well, I've got some videos maybe that might help you choose your specific class that you want to play for season. I've also got my components of tankiness videos. There are currently 7 episodes up if you want to check those out. I posted them all at the same time pretty much, like they're pretty much back to back because I want to make sure all those are up before season as well. And as you can see, I have maximum HP, I've got components of tankiness damage reduction, components of tankiness dodge, armor rating, which by the way, we found out that the maximum armor that you need to get 85% block chance in high level dungeons is 13,201. Very odd number. Literally, it's an odd number. Fortify, healing and sustain, and barriers / temporary HP. If you want to catch up on any of those, that's pretty nice. We also did some pretty cool stagger testing. If you guys haven't checked out our stagger testing and you want to know how stagger works, we actually found out like pretty conclusively how stagger works, and that's up here too. The prep guide is right here. So this is the Diablo 4 Season 1 prep guide. And on top of that, I also have the season information. If you want to catch up on the season information, that one's right here. That's kind of going over all the season information that we currently have. There's really not a whole lot of new information for the season. Other than that, there's some other things in here that might be interesting to you. Like this one right here is how to build a character, the process of theory crafting. And if you really want to understand like the full process of theory crafting your own build, maybe you don't want to look up, somebody else's build. This is probably your best bet on creating your own build. I go through the step-by-step process of figuring everything out, and then on top of this, after this theory craft is done, I actually played this character and refined it further. So if you ever want to check out like the refinements that I made, if you watch this stream, this stream, and this stream, you will get a better idea of how that build developed. There's also theory crafts up for all my different characters. So I've got like my basic barb theory craft here, my poison crit wolf theory craft there, frostbite theory craft is right here. All of this is basically how I formed a lot of these characters and had fun making them. Corpse explosion theory craft is right here. And a lot of those are working builds that can be refined, but it's basically, it's all a process of trying to figure out exactly how you want to make things. I think that's pretty much it. This one right here, the Eye of Sauron video, is kind of funny, but it is also kind of pertinent to the like builds that you might choose. And basically what this one kind of goes over is, hey, they're nerfing stuff really fast now. So, like picking exploit builds is probably not the best idea. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I will see you guys tomorrow for patch day. And as always, keep watching.